বাংলার মাটি, বাংলার জল, বাংলার বায়ু, বাংলার ফল, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, হে ভগবান।
Bengal, the bountiful state of India, having a heritage dating back to several centuries, has now evolved into the emerging IT destination to the rest of the world. A perfect blend of economic strength and dynamism, a large talent pool, industry-friendly stable policies, a strong consumer base and transparent governance has facilitated the growth of the promising IT sector in the state, creating a significant place for itself on the global map. Bengal now also ranks among the topmost states in the ease of doing business rankings by achieving near 100% compliance. By introducing Shilpo Sathi Bill, a single window management system, Bengal has created a landmark, thus ensuring time-bound clearances with unmatched efficiency. 5 projects of the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, have bagged SKOCH Order of Merit Awards at the 52nd SKOCH Summit held in New Delhi from 21st to 23rd June 2018. According to United News of India, Bengal's e-governance system got another feather in its cap when the Computer Society of India, CSI, awarded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee with its E-Ratna Award and the state government with its Best State in E-Governance Award. To ensure fair and equal submission and procurement of tenders, Bengal now has adopted 100% e-procurement system. Ace IT companies such as Ericsson, Capgemini, TCS, IBM, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, British Telecom, ITC Infotech are all functioning profitably from Bengal, facilitating an IT boom in the state. The global IT giant Infosys is opening a 525,000 square feet software development center in Bengal, investing over INR 100 crores. Wipro is all set to expand further with the intention to open its second campus in Bengal. Envisioning the immense opportunity, Reliance Jio has already invested rupees 15,000 crore in Bengal. Prestigious IT campuses, Genpact Campus and STPI Campus have been set up in Sector 5. Esteemed technical institutions like IIM, IIT, ISI are among some significant sources of unparalleled and uninterrupted flow of talent pool in Bengal, making it the most sought-after state for education. Growing into a gateway of IT powerhouse in South Asia, Bengal proudly possesses 15 avant-garde IT parks and a number of additional electronic parks spread across the state. To further encourage the young, dynamic minds, since 2017, Bengal conducts Bengalathon, a one-of-its-kind national-level hackathon. With the inspiration of our Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is ushering into the biggest disruptive technology, the blockchain. To leverage the technology and make Bengal the forerunner in emerging into a blockchain technology hub, the Global Blockchain Congress Consensus 2018 was hosted by Bengal. And the list doesn't end here. Bengal takes its pride in spearheading Webel DQE Animation Academy, Green City Mission, FinTech Hub. The Honorable CM has unveiled a new IT policy to make Bengal the leading conqueror of the IT realm. The new policy focuses upon 3D printing, Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and many more. In the words of Shri Mukesh Ambani, under the leadership of Honorable CM Srimati Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is becoming Best Bengal. Srimati Banerjee also recently inaugurated a path-breaking project, the Bengal Silicon Valley Hub. It is a state-of-the-art 200 acres IT hub harboring world-class amenities, aiming to act as a center of excellence for the global IT industry. Given all the benefits that Bengal has to offer, several renowned investors have made their move on investing in the state. The pioneer of the cosmopolitan culture in the country, Bengal is now also the ultimate IT destination for the rest of the world. All roads to the future of IT leads to Bengal. Bengal, the state all set to rise. Bengal means business.
West Bengal Electronics Industry Development Corporation Limited popularly known as Webel, has successfully changed the IT scenario in Bengal. Bengal today is a preferred IT destination. Multiple cloud-based state data centers have developed, churning out nearly 800 tech research scholars and 15,000 graduates from world-class institutes annually. Webel invites industry players to set up units for hardware parks and electronic manufacturing clusters at nominal costs, providing superior infrastructure and advantages. Thanks to Webel, the state also boasts of 18 ready-to-use modern IT spaces. With a waiting list of investors along with 4 additional IT parks that are near completion. Spread across 200 acres, Eastern India's most advanced IT destination, Silicon Valley Tech Hub, is rising as an epicenter of technology, with available land being booked up fast. Webel gave rise to various burgeoning IT hubs with substantial resources like green building offices with zero power cut and plug-and-play modules. FinTech Hub in Newtown, the future of financial services, is another area of prime focus. Major emphasis is given to blockchains, hackathons, and many more. Webel Fujisoft, Vara, having state-of-the-art 3D printing technology. The Cybersecurity Center of Excellence has been announced as the winner by DSCI Excellence Awards 2020 for security awareness and data protection. The development of Self-Scan, a government-trusted app-based scanning technology where one can securely scan private documents. Webel Animation Academy is taking the world of animation to a new dimension. Webel Mediatronics Division's ongoing projects on ambient noise level monitoring system. Additionally, Webel Digital Academy is imparting IT training across rural Bengal. Webel has also concentrated on initiatives of G2G and G2C under West Bengal's e-governance project. The issue of Swasthya cards in Bengal has added to the glory. Even for IT professionals returning to Bengal due to the COVID-19 scenario, the Karma Bhumi project has been offering employment opportunities through a dedicated web portal. Thus, Webel has helped skyrocket the employment rate in the state's IT sector. Bengal is strategically located and well connected with China, Taiwan, Japan, Dubai, etc. Thereby, Asia's largest business hubs are well accessible to the state. Webel also caters to the IT needs of the extended parts of eastern India. West Bengal is the IT gateway of India. The state is phenomenally conducive to business, having airports and riverine ports, well-developed roadways and railways, with further infrastructural development in full swing. 100% Business Reform Action Plan, compliant with a high rank in the Ease of Doing Business Index. Bengal has changed the face of trade. The rise of Bengal in the IT and E sector has also attracted eminent delegates from Taiwan to visit Webel's EMC and hardware parks, kick-starting further growth in Bengal with emerging technology and making the state Industry 4.0 compliant. Together with a stable industrial climate, committed leadership, and focus on holistic growth, the land is brimming with intellectual prowess. So come and ride the wave of growth and invest as Webel transforms Bengal into the ultimate global IT hub.
বাংলার মাটি, বাংলার জল, বাংলার বায়ু, বাংলার ফল, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, হে ভগবান।
Bengal, the bountiful state of India, having a heritage dating back to several centuries, has now evolved into the emerging IT destination to the rest of the world. A perfect blend of economic strength and dynamism, a large talent pool, industry-friendly stable policies, a strong consumer base and transparent governance has facilitated the growth of the promising IT sector in the state, creating a significant place for itself on the global map. Bengal now also ranks among the topmost states in the ease of doing business rankings by achieving near 100% compliance. By introducing Shilpo Sathi Bill, a single window management system, Bengal has created a landmark, thus ensuring time-bound clearances with unmatched efficiency. 5 projects of the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, have bagged SKOCH Order of Merit Awards at the 52nd SKOCH Summit held in New Delhi from 21st to 23rd June 2018. According to United News of India, Bengal's e-governance system got another feather in its cap when the Computer Society of India, CSI, awarded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee with its E-Ratna Award and the state government with its Best State in E-Governance Award. To ensure fair and equal submission and procurement of tenders, Bengal now has adopted 100% e-procurement system. Ace IT companies such as Ericsson, Capgemini, TCS, IBM, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, British Telecom, ITC Infotech are all functioning profitably from Bengal, facilitating an IT boom in the state. The global IT giant Infosys is opening a 525,000 square feet software development center in Bengal, investing over INR 100 crores. Wipro is all set to expand further with the intention to open its second campus in Bengal. Envisioning the immense opportunity, Reliance Jio has already invested rupees 15,000 crore in Bengal. Prestigious IT campuses, Genpact Campus and STPI Campus have been set up in Sector 5. Esteemed technical institutions like IIM, IIT, ISI are among some significant sources of unparalleled and uninterrupted flow of talent pool in Bengal, making it the most sought-after state for education. Growing into a gateway of IT powerhouse in South Asia, Bengal proudly possesses 15 avant-garde IT parks and a number of additional electronic parks spread across the state. To further encourage the young, dynamic minds, since 2017, Bengal conducts Bengalathon, a one-of-its-kind national-level hackathon. With the inspiration of our Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is ushering into the biggest disruptive technology, the blockchain. To leverage the technology and make Bengal the forerunner in emerging into a blockchain technology hub, the Global Blockchain Congress Consensus 2018 was hosted by Bengal. And the list doesn't end here. Bengal takes its pride in spearheading Webel DQE Animation Academy, Green City Mission, FinTech Hub. The Honorable CM has unveiled a new IT policy to make Bengal the leading conqueror of the IT realm. The new policy focuses upon 3D printing, Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and many more. In the words of Shri Mukesh Ambani, under the leadership of Honorable CM Srimati Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is becoming Best Bengal. Srimati Banerjee also recently inaugurated a path-breaking project, the Bengal Silicon Valley Hub. It is a state-of-the-art 200 acres IT hub harboring world-class amenities, aiming to act as a center of excellence for the global IT industry. Given all the benefits that Bengal has to offer, several renowned investors have made their move on investing in the state. The pioneer of the cosmopolitan culture in the country, Bengal is now also the ultimate IT destination for the rest of the world. All roads to the future of IT leads to Bengal. Bengal, the state all set to rise. Bengal means business.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third day of INFOCOM 2021 virtual conference. Before we start today's agenda, we have a lot of action today and a little mention about the sponsors for INFOCOM 2021, without whom the conference would not have been possible. Our host state for INFOCOM 2021 is the Government of West Bengal Department of IT and Electronics, along with Webel. The platinum sponsor is Airtel Business. Gold sponsors are Dell Technologies along with Intel and Entity Limited in India. Technology knowledge partner is Accenture. Co-host is STPI. Education partner is JIS University. Tech learning partner is Young Tech Olympiad and IndiaSmart Group Initiative. Associate sponsors are CrowdStrike, Pinnacle Infotech, Power Grid Corporation of India, Aaj Global Foundation School. And we are partnered by various industry associations who are SARC CCI, NASCOM, CIO Club, TAI Kolkata, IEEE COMSA Kolkata chapter. Thank you all delegates for joining back in for the third day of INFOCOM. We will begin the day with a very interesting leadership keynote, Accelerating Digital for the Next Phase of Growth. And it is my privilege and honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Manoj Chugh, who's an ICT industry veteran, and he's also the President, Group Public Affairs for Mahindra & Mahindra. Mr. Chugh has, over the last 40 years, managed and led businesses to achieve pole positions across technology and services domains. Manoj sir is credited with being the pioneer of the internet revolution in India. Under his leadership, India witnessed the birth and creation of over 100,000 networking professionals. His experience spans IT systems, integration, satellite communications, networking, information, infrastructure, and global IT services. He has worked extensively with both Indian and global majors, starting his career with HCL and then moving to Wipro, where he worked for 14 years. Mr. Chugh switched gears and worked with global high-tech firms, including Scientific Atlanta, Cisco Systems, and EMC as the president for the India and SAARC region, and subsequently as the regional president, Global Accounts Asia Pacific. Prior to leading Mahindra Group's public affairs, Mr. Chugh was the President Enterprise Business for Tech Mahindra, where he was helping customers across 70 global markets to leverage digital disruption for business success. Manoj sir has been an integral part of INFOCOM over these last 2 decades, and we are very happy that he is present today at the 20th edition of INFOCOM. I warmly welcome you, Mr. Manoj Chugh sir, and thank you for accepting our request to be a keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote on accelerating digital for the next phase of growth, Mr. Manoj Chugh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Raki, for the very generous introduction. Very, very big thank you to all of you for taking time to join the session immediately after lunch. It's been a great honor for me personally to have been associated with INFOCOM over the last 20 years. And I can't believe that 20 years have just flown by. For many friends who I've had the opportunity of meeting physically over the years at this event, I'm certainly missing the opportunity of shaking hands, grabbing a cup of tea, chit-chatting, and enjoying the moments together. And I do hope that we will make up in the near future. I know that the pandemic has taught us many lessons. Many speakers would have spoken about the opportunities post the pandemic. But I think that the lesson which we've all learned from the past of never missing a crisis to do something good should not be lost on all of us. From my perspective, the biggest catalyst for digital transformation has been the pandemic. And my sincere apologies to all the technologists and my fellow travelers for saying so. I know for many years we have been talking about the idea of digital transformation, on how it can change the landscape for our customers, how it can help them run businesses more efficiently, how it can help them serve customers in unique and different ways. And I would candidly say we have had mixed results and perhaps not the results we really wanted. Post the pandemic, I think things have changed dramatically. I remember a few days after the pandemic had broken out, and when we were allowed to go out for a few hours to go and do our daily shopping, we went to our nearby store. And I thought that there would be many, many people queuing up out there to buying their daily wares. And what I was met with was, I would say, an utter surprise. I found dozens of shopping baskets out there, but I found very few customers physically present at the store. So I walked up to the billing clerk and asked him as to where have these customers gone. They seem to have shopped and left their carts, all over the store. And he said, no, sir, actually, these are baskets which our colleagues are filling up because people are calling us now and giving us orders while we are desperately trying to get our website up so that we could do some kind of IT transactions. We've never done this before. We've been a well-recognized physical store, but over the last few days, I think we will have to see a way of engaging more digitally with our customers. So I eagerly told them to give me the web address of their website so that next time I could do what others have been trying to do, that is get stuff, delivered to the door. And for the first few weeks, I think the experience was absolutely horrible. And I could well recognize that, trying to get a website on when everything is virtual, particularly when you've never even charted out your own digital journey, can be a big, big challenge, can be a daunting task. And yet, by the time the pandemic kind of came to a close, or shall I say wave one of the pandemic came to a close, the website was pretty good, it was slick, it was clean, and the customer experience significantly better than when it had started off a week after the pandemic. I think digital transformation is critical for organizations to deliver sustained outperformance going forward in the future. Now, there are organizations which are born digital, and therefore my friends who come in from businesses which are very physical in nature, which have never engaged in a digital fashion in the past, might turn around and introspect and think and say that maybe there is no opportunity for us to succeed going forward in the future. I just want to assure you that organizations which have been in physical businesses will be incredibly successful in the digital world as long as they follow the mantras that they have learned while delivering physical products and services to their customers over the last many years and decades. I am often asked by my friends who want to move on the digital journey on what is the magic stack, the technology stack, the guru mantra, the special herbs that they need to sprinkle across their organization so that when they wake up in the morning, they are digitally transformed. And my answer to them is very simple. Digital transformation is not about just bringing in a new technology stack. If it was so, lots of organizations would just sign a check and be done with it. It is about going back to the roots. And the roots and foundation of every business is only one. There is only one dharma. There is only one God as far as businesses are concerned, and that is the customer. Therefore, our ability to really go back and look at what the customer wants, how the customer's engagement with the business has changed and is going to further accelerate, is critical to determining success. We all know that many of our customers today reach out to us through the smartphone. Therefore, the question we need to ask ourselves is, how easy is it for customers to come in and engage with us through their smartphone? If our answer is very patchy, I'm not really sure, we need to absolutely go back to the drawing board. And when we go back to the drawing board, we need to get together as a team, break down silos within the organization, and do fundamental problem solving. All of us have been taught enough about problem solving, and I think we are experts in problem solving, particularly guys who come in from the physical world. Yet, we have created silos which have prevented us from solving problems in an agile and speedy manner. And why do I talk about breaking down silos and problem solving and brainstorming together? Because I think it is time for us to relook at redesigning our firms, reimagining our businesses to center ourselves around what we call human-centered design thinking. And we need to do this human-centered design thinking through the eyes of the customer. A fundamental question I'd like you to ask yourselves is, does your customer like you? Or does the customer that you have served for many years, love you? Love is emotional. Like is more metaphysical. Unless you can get your customer to love you, it is going to be very difficult to deliver sustained outperformance, be at the upper end of the quartile year after year, decade after decade. Let us remember, this is not a sprint. Running a business is like a marathon. It is an infinite game where you have to challenge yourself and get better every day. Many of my friends come and ask me, Manoj, can you help us to benchmark ourselves versus our other competitors? In the digital race, please remember, you are your only competitor. If you can get better every day than what you were yesterday, you are a winner. Look out for the trend line. Is your customer starting to like you? Is the customer starting to love you? And then once the customer starts loving you, how do you make sure that that love continues on a sustained basis? Now, many of you might be turning around and saying, Manoj, this is like the momentary romanticism ideology. Where does love come into the equation of hardcore business metrics like return on equity, return on investment, profitability, return to shareholders, and so on and so forth? The reality of life is that the purpose of your organization is to serve the customer. If you're on the right journey and you're creating the right culture by leveraging digital technologies to serve your customer better, all of your financial metrics will be met. And I think this is a fundamental change in thinking that organizations need to bring in as they start looking at transforming themselves. They need to start by asking the fundamental question, do your customers love you? What do you need to do to make sure, if they love you, that they continue to love you on a sustained basis? Now, how do you actually go about figuring out why your customers will come and engage with you? Why is it that they will do business with you? Now, many of us, when we've been running businesses, get a lot of metrics every year. We take feedback from customers, we have focus group surveys, we have got call centers. When customers are unhappy, they call in, they give us our feedback. So therefore, the good news is that over the last many years, we have collated a lot of data around what our customers think about us, their feedback about us, and so on and so forth. Before the digital world, whenever customers would engage with us, we would send them physical surveys, and many of you would remember that. So we've been doing this for many years. We have a tremendous opportunity today to pull out all of the data from our archives, physical data or data through our systems or call centers or through our technology platforms, and actually map out the data along the lines of a customer's journey. And the reason why I say this is, once we understand how our customer thinks their experience with us has been, from the point in time they started their engagement with us, through the process of the buying process, the transaction, going on to the continued engagement, and then the repeat buying cycle. If we can capture a customer's journey and take all the data that we have collated over the years and map the data, fold the data into the journey of the customer, as the customer starts engaging till the point in time they do a repeat purchase, and then that kind of continues, hopefully, in a positive cycle. Once we are able to map all of that, an interesting phenomenon that we will discover is the weaknesses in terms of areas where we need to do much better. For the lack of any other word, you can call them improvement areas. If you want to call them something else, you can say, well, it's a dip in terms of customers' love for us or like for us, if you will. So all the pitfalls, if I were to use one single word, will be very visible to you once you take the data and map it onto the customer's journey. So you will know what are the pitfalls when the customer has first tried to engage with you. You will know the pitfalls in terms of how the customer has perhaps not got served well enough through the process of the transaction. You will also get to know the pitfalls in terms of how the product or service was delivered to the customer. Again, you will also know about the pitfalls that next time when the customer comes and you are asking them for his Janam Patri one more time, he knows that you've truly not understood him and you've truly not valued him. So you will understand where the pitfalls are. Likewise, you will also understand areas where your customers are delighted. The feedback will bring that up as well. So once you've identified all the pitfalls and once you've identified all the delights, that is when you sit down and start looking at how to bring in the technology element so that you can sort out the pitfalls to ensure that there is a sustainable, that there is a consistent experience that you can deliver to the customer. And then you start working on the delights to make sure that you take this experience to the next level. The fundamental success of digital transformation is directly related to customer experience, to customer delight, customer satisfaction, whatever word that you want to use. Now, the moment the pitfalls have been identified, after mapping the data that you have to the journeys of the customers that you are addressing or journeys of customers that you are engaging with, then you start looking at the process tools. That is where digital technologies can help you to tighten up the entire workflow process so that you can sort out areas where there could be an issue. So for example, when customers, if they are coming in, they find that there is a problem in terms of matching the invoice to their payment system, you look at that process and then you see how you can inject digital technologies to make sure that digital workers, as an example, can come in and help you to automate that process so that you can solve that problem, you can solve that pitfall. So you identify the pitfalls, then you fold back and look at the processes that need to be fixed to sort those pitfalls out. You look at how you can embed digital into those processes so that you can then deliver a consistent experience and a consistent engagement to those customers. I know it sounds difficult or perhaps easy, depending on where you are already on this journey. I find many organizations jump into doing POCs without really turning around and saying how that is going to impact customer engagement. How is it going to impact our human-centered approach to leveraging digital to transform our businesses? Going forward in the future, digital technologies can help you very quickly get into new markets, address new customers, and perhaps get into dramatically new businesses which are adjacent to your current business. So digital will also help you in your expansion plans, going and reaching out to customers who perhaps in the physical world you may not have been able to do successfully. Please remember, when you are delivering a superior customer experience, whether the customer comes in to you through your physical channel or your digital channel, you must make sure that the experience is consistent. And it shouldn't really matter to the customer whichever channel they come in through. Can you deliver an immersive experience to the customer, irrespective of which channel the customer comes in from, is an important metric that you should certainly consider. Before I bring my presentation to a close, let me also talk about another area where you can leverage digital very quickly, in fact today, and that is in terms of reducing cost. I know this is music to the ears of the CFOs, and the way you reduce cost is by really looking at how you're delivering IT services to your customers. We know that many customers today have got in-house infrastructure on the top of which they are delivering services. Journey of moving to the cloud is an interesting journey and can certainly help you in terms of taking the early steps of driving cost efficiencies. Looking at processes where today you have a significant amount of human intervention and bringing in bots so that using robotic process automation, you can deliver seamless, high value, high throughput, high volume transactions to customers in literally a no touch mechanism or method is another way that you can begin the journey. And once you have created internal efficiencies, once you're running your business better at a lower cost point, you can then take the savings to improve customer experience, because that is where you will be able to deliver superior financial outcomes. And once you have kind of crossed that chasm, then leverage digital technologies to get into new businesses so that you can create significant success for yourselves as well as for your ecosystem. So I hope there have been some important lessons from my own experiences of talking to many friends, working with many bright people, serving many interesting organizations that I have been able to share with you this afternoon. I'd like to wish you all the very best in your journey of becoming an incredibly successful digital business. Let us not forget, we need to work on our strengths and deliver sustained outperformance. All the very best, and I look forward to meeting you at the next INFOCOM. Thank you for the opportunity, Raki, and thank you for the opportunity, Team INFOCOM.
Thank you, Manoj sir, for joining us today. It has been an honor to have you with us at the 20th edition of INFOCOM. We look forward to meeting you in person soon, I hope. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next session, which is one of the Spotlight Leadership's keynotes today. It is on China's new normal, innovations that will impact global business. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Pascal Coppens, who is an author, sinologist, and technology entrepreneur. He's the author of the book, China's New Normal, How China Sets the Standard for Innovation. Let me say a few words to introduce him. Mr. Pascal Coppens is an expert in all things innovation and day after tomorrow in China, which is rooted in his deep understanding of the country as a sinologist. He is an entrepreneur at heart with more than 20 years of experience in China and Silicon Valley. Pascal has employed, partnered, and competed with hundreds of Chinese innovators. He started his career with Alcatel in Shanghai, and after an intense period in Silicon Valley at Wind River Systems and Polycore Software, which he co-founded, he returned to China and later founded Let's Space to build the first offline digital community platform for premium brands. Currently, Pascal is an inspiring international keynote speaker and partner at Nextworks and author of the book China's New Normal, which offers sensational insights into business and technology in China and their potential for the rest of the world. I warmly welcome you, Pascal Coppens, sir, and thank you so much for joining us at INFOCOM 2021. I now hand over the session to you for your keynote on China's New Normal, innovations that will impact global business. Over to you, Mr. Coppens.
Thank you, Raki. Very much appreciated, and thanks for the great introduction. I'm going to talk about China, and more specifically about China's new normal, which is all about how China in the last decade, has been starting to set the standard for global innovation. And to understand that, I think we need to go back in time. So I would like to take you all along to 30 years ago, 1990. This here is me. I was young and naive and young at that time. I was about 20 years old, and I was traveling through the country, and I really fell in love with China. I took every train possible that you could think of. But this is the moment that I didn't only fall in love with the country, but more so with the people. I fell in love with the Chinese because of their energy and their passion, their determination, their resilience, and their hard work. And we all know Chinese are really hard workers. But today I want to tell a different story. I want to tell a story about the dreams and the hopes of the Chinese in China. And so to start that, we have to go back again in 1990, because often we don't realize that just 30 years ago, still 754 million people were living below the extreme poverty line. That is less than $2 a day. And today, that poverty or extreme poverty has completely been eradicated out of the country. Today, it stands officially at zero. And what did happen over those past 30 years? Well, a lot that happened is that many of the Chinese migrants, they went to the cities, and in the factories, they started building the products that we love so much everywhere in the world. But it wasn't because of us that they built these products. It was really for them to make a better life for themselves and their family. What other people did, hundreds of millions other Chinese, is they went to the cities and built these cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai from scratch. If we think about Shenzhen 40 years ago, it did not exist. Today, it's a 25 million people city. Shanghai doubled its population in just 30 years. And over just 30 years, they've built the most beautiful skylines in the East. And very often when people see this for the very first time, the reaction is always, wow, this is a miracle. How is this possible? But I don't think this is the real miracle of China. The real miracle of China is actually the social upwards mobility. Pretty much in one sentence, every Chinese became richer over the past 30 years. And not just a little bit, it's like 30 times richer in GDP per capita. If you look at the literacy rate, I mean, it's almost at 100%. Everyone can read and write in China. If you look at the connection with high-speed trains, more than 98% of all the cities are connected. Most of the people are living in the cities. Is that they all went back because they really saw China as the land of the opportunity. And today, specifically for those people that still aren't in the middle class, they have all basic healthcare insurance. So that is the real miracle of China. Now, that also created a middle class. And the middle class today, we're talking about 200 million families. By 2025, it will be 230 million families. That's 600 million people that belong to the middle class. And so I always say you have to see China almost as two different types of countries. There's half of them living in the middle class, having the same quality of life as anywhere in the middle class in the West, Western Europe, for example, Belgium, where I'm from. And then there's half of the population that is still poor, not extreme poor anymore. And what the government wants to do, what Beijing wants to do, is to bring these 600-700 million poorer people into the Disneyland of the middle class in the next years to come. Now, what really changed China completely was the year 2008. And I'm not talking about the financial crisis or the Olympic Games. What I'm talking about here is actually the 3G licenses of telecommunication. This was the very first time that China was able to send data through smartphones. And so every Chinese that could afford it was buying a smartphone, an iPhone or another Chinese cell phone. And so in 2018, just 10 years later, 98% of the Chinese were on the internet with a mobile phone. China is a mobile-only, mobile-first country. They jumped over the era of the telephone, jumped over the era of PC, went straight to mobile. The result, Chinese are seriously addicted to their phone. It's so bad, they don't leave their phone and their screen a minute. Now, from time to time, the Chinese ends up in a fountain, but China would not be China if they wouldn't be able to solve these problems. So China's building this digital path towards the future. So now it's not just safe to walk the streets with your smartphone in China, but the reality is, if you look at China today, we want to understand our digital new normal of tomorrow. We can actually look at China's digital new normal from before the pandemic to understand our future. And I'm giving a few examples. Take, for example, mobile payment. This little girl, 5-6 years old, is buying some candy with her smartwatch as if this is the most normal thing in life. This is 2019. She's never used cash, will never use cash. This is a reality. But what really changed China over the past 10 years is the super applications, super apps. Tencent has WeChat app, but there's like a dozen of them, like Alipay and many other applications. And what they do special is that they combine every application that you and I have on our iPhone or Android phone, all in one application called WeChat or Alipay or any of these super apps. But it's not the amount of applications that's important, it's the fact that they all work in one ecosystem. What that means is you can start combining applications. For example, combine social media with e-commerce, with payment, with travel, with booking, whatever you want. You make it social commerce. And this is how these super apps have really changed the world of e-commerce. And the result of that is that in China in 2019 already, 40% of the world's e-commerce online purchase was happening in that one country. So 1 out of 2 people buying online are Chinese. It's pretty much that simple. And of course, it's because these applications, because it's digitalization, but there's one other aspect of it, and that's the shopping festivals. We all know Amazon Prime or Black Friday in the West or anywhere in the world. Well, in China, there's a number of these shopping festivals. The most famous one is Singles Day on 11 November. And just a month ago, on November 11, China sold on Singles Day, and this is created by Alibaba. So Alibaba sold on their platform for $84 billion, $84 billion in just one shopping festival. I mean, this is amazing. This is crazy. So this is just one company, and there's like a dozen of these companies selling through these shopping festivals. And if you have sold for $84 billion in goods, in GMV, in just one festival, that means you have about 3 billion packages. Now you have to imagine 3 billion packages. As you can see, that's a lot of packages. And Alibaba last year in 2020 was able to ship all these packages, 3 billion packages, in just 30 days time throughout the whole country. Now I'm from Belgium, and in Belgium we have a very small country, and we have the Belgian Post. And the Belgian Post, which we're all very proud about, is doing about 500,000 packages a day. So I thought I'd calculate it. Imagine if the Belgian Post would have to ship 3 billion packages in the country of Belgium. Well, the last person would get his or her package after exactly 30 years. 30 years compared to 30 days in China. That is the difference between efficiency and speed and scale of China. And when we see those packages, we don't get it. But this has everything to do with the back end. What we're forgetting is that all these factories today, specifically when it comes to logistics, are completely automated. They're completely robotized. China today has more robots in its factories than Europe, America, South Korea, and Japan together. I mean, they're not all activated yet, but just in a couple of years from now, we'll see that China will be the most automated factory of the world. So this is not about people using their hands anymore. This is really about technology and innovation. Now, the other thing that really changed China, and this is only 6 years ago, is that Xi Jinping, the president of the People's Republic of China, said very clear that by 2030, that's in 9 years from now, China will become the leader in innovation, global innovation. And of course, these words, these ambitions 6 years ago created all the tensions between China and the US. And so it started with a technology war with ZTE, if you remember, and Huawei later, still ongoing today. Then it became a trade war under Trump, which is now still not resolved in a phase 1, even 3 years later. And then the last 2 years, I don't need to tell you, this has everything to do with COVID-19. But most important is not just that COVID-19 was used as a weapon of preference from both sides to actually attack each other. Most important is that the relationship between China and the US has never been as bad today as they have been in 50 years' time. They were better under Mao Zedong in the 70s. And so that tells you something about the stage we're in. People are talking about a geopolitical Cold War. Now, China is in a huge crisis if you would think about it from that perspective. But this is not the first crisis, and China really understands how to deal with crises. But it's not easy for this country. Think about environment, think about pollution, think about energy needs in China, energy crisis. Think about things like urbanization, cities of 20, 30 million people with, of course, security problems that comes with it and an overpopulation of 1.4 billion people. I mean, very similar to India, lots of people. And in China, the big issue is that there's a lot of old people. And 60 years older, it's about 260 million people. And then you have things like the healthcare crisis or healthcare problems, which we've seen with the pandemic, or food quality issues, other quality product issues. I mean, lots of problems at a huge scale. Newer problems, mobility, education, unemployment. Imagine unemployment in a country with a communist party in charge. And then the real estate bubble that is about to burst, as we say, if you look at Evergrande and Fantasia and all these companies that maybe could unleash a financial crisis now. So lots of problems, the debt of China, I could go on and on and on. The reality is that 6 years ago, in 2015, Xi Jinping really understood, and the whole Beijing understood, that it's impossible to solve these problems with people. More than enough people. They need technology. And this is why in 2015, China decided to put all its eggs in one basket, namely disruptive technologies. And so any technology company, any innovative company that wanted to do something new, they were looking at becoming a company that was focused on one of these 9 technologies, one of these 9 disruptive technologies. Why? Because all of these technologies will actually rewrite every business model and every industry in the world. And so the Chinese thinking was very simple. It's like, we don't need to catch up with the rest of the world. We don't need to catch up with the West. We can just rewrite the future together with the West, and we'll see who wins. And so this is really what happened in the past 6 years, is this focus, this extreme focus on disruptive technologies. But there's another reason why I believe China could become the leader in global innovation. And this has to do with 3 things that China is doing extremely well. The infrastructure has to do with early adopters and with agility. I'm going to go through all 3 of them very, very quickly. But the infrastructure is very important because the infrastructure is something that's centuries old. There's a saying in Chinese that goes, Yao xiang fu, xian xiu lu. And what that means literally is, if you want to become rich and wealthy, you first need to build a road. And so Chinese have been building roads for centuries. Think about the Great Wall of China, but now you see the high-speed trains and all these things. But today it's all about the digital infrastructure. And just a little bit over a year ago, in May last year, 2020, the government decided to invest in the next 5 years, $1.4 trillion into the digital infrastructure of China. In the meantime, it's $1.6 trillion. But that's such a big number. What does that actually mean? And the best way to understand that is to go back in time, go back 5 years. And at that point, China also said, we need to become the leader in 5G. And Huawei, ZTE, and others were really driving this change. And then if you look at the end of 2020, just a year ago, then you see that China had already at that point 700,000 5G base stations. They predicted 500,000, they achieved 700,000. In the US at that point, it was 50,000 at the same moment. So 15 times more in China just at the end of 2020, which means that 300 cities a year ago had full coverage of 5G in China. And so China became the most connected place on the planet just a year ago, specifically on that scale. But it's not just the infrastructure, but the infrastructure enables the application. And what's interesting about the applications is that I've seen that many of my friends in the technology sphere were all building 5G applications 3-4 years ago. They started 3-4 years ago building self-driving cars. And today, if you look in China on the streets, well, you see specifically in closed areas like compounds or parks or schools or airports, you see them driving around everywhere. It's not a pilot project, it's real, it's happening in society. Remote surgery, you see it happening in Beijing and other hospitals. Telemedicine, something that was really useful during the lockdowns in Wuhan in the beginning of 2020, because the doctors couldn't get out of the area or into the area. And then remote mining and lots of other things. And so the message here is not to look at just all these applications being cool, but the fact that they're all being used on a massive scale within the society already. And that makes China starting to lead the world because of the applications. But then, of course, we have the environment. And thinking about the environment, China is emitting about 27% of the global carbon, CO2, into the air, into the atmosphere. So let's be honest, if China is not going to solve its environment problem because of its factories, well, we're not going to save the planet. It's as simple as that. It might take 100 years, but China has to help us save the planet. And so Xi Jinping, just a year ago in September, decided or said at the General Assembly of the United Nations that by 2060, that's in 39 years from now, that China will become carbon neutral, CO2 neutral. And I truly believe this is happening. And it's not just because of the words of what Xi Jinping said, but more about the actions again. And when you look at the renewable energy, what you see is that China is the biggest producer, consumer, and user of solar panels, of wind energy, of hydro plants on a massive scale. And so they are now connecting all these renewable energy plants to the west of to the east of China, because they're all focused or built into the west of China, where there's a lot of wind and a lot of sun. And so they're building this ultra high voltage line 2,000 kilometers away from where the source is, in order to activate and give energy to cities like Shanghai and Beijing. This is going to take place in the next 2-3 years. The picture here left bottom is one that I took in Beijing, 2019. These are all the electrical vehicle charging stations in the district of Beijing. And just in 2019, China had already 1 million electrical vehicle charging stations, EV charging stations, and today it's more than doubled. And that's the reason why every Chinese is basically buying an EV today, so much faster than the rest of the world. It's the biggest market in EVs. And then you have the planting of trees. And this is not just China. India is doing great on that aspect as well. The whole world has about doubled the Amazon in size of planting new trees over the past 20 years. But China and India together contributed more than 50%, almost 70% of all that planting of trees. And so this is really unique. And I think we can be proud of it, both India and China, to have done this. But this is why I believe China, if they continue on that pace, could save the planet together with everybody else. And then you have things like early adopters. And I always say China is a country where consumers and customers are absorbing new technologies like nowhere else in the world. And the reason is because it's only made their lives better so far. Face recognition is a very good example. But I want to also talk about something else. Talk about the communication. Because one of the interesting trends in China is happening how you bring these new brands, these new technologies, this new innovation to the customer or to the consumer. And in China, there's a trend that is going on for a few years, which is called micro-influencers. Now, we all know what an influencer is on Instagram or on TikTok, on YouTube. But micro-influencers in China and everywhere in the world is really about people, normal consumers like you and I, everybody else, everybody here on this planet that could just take a video or stream a video and just talk about a brand or a lifestyle or anything they love. And so in China, this has become more than a trend. And what you see is that everybody's starting to become a live streamer and they're communicating one-on-one with consumers. And so brands are using these to communicate directly to consumers. And they maybe only have 1,000 followers, not more than that. But these followers, they follow them blindly so that people actually buy their products because of it. And it's not just consumers, even producers. These farmers, for example, are making a shuffle dance every single week to show to all their potential customers online, their million of potential customers, how their life is. And they're having fun. And people are buying their products, their milk and everything else that they're producing because they actually believe that these farmers are doing something great. And so this is really what it's all about. It's about communicating. And today, CEOs are live streaming. You see people selling cars live streaming, selling real estate live streaming. I believe in China, if you're not live streaming today, you won't find a job anymore as an employee. It's just part of your resume, your CV. And today there's 15 million Chinese live streaming every day and making a living from live streaming. That's not a trend anymore. It's an industry on itself. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is agility. And I've been an entrepreneur in China for many, many years, for 20 years. And as I've seen in China is that there's no place on the planet where the competition is so fierce. But if you want to compete in a world of innovation and technology, I mean, you need great talent. Where do you find great talent in China? Well, one good place to find talent in China is, for example, at a job fair in Shanghai. This was a job fair I went to once because I thought I'm going to distribute some flyers from my software company back then. And I can tell you, you don't want to stay there. I mean, this is crazy. This is madness. So every year, just to put this in perspective, 8 to 9 million Chinese graduate from university. 8 million Chinese. And out of these 8 million Chinese, almost 5 million, 4.666 million to be exact, are graduating with a science, technology, engineering, or math degree. So STEM graduates. And then you see India. I mean, together with India, China 37%, India 21%, that's more than 50%, almost 2/3 of the planet's STEM graduates are just coming from those two countries. And so when people challenge me and say, can China really become the leader in global innovation? I would say, of course they can. I mean, look at these numbers. There's quality everywhere. I mean, there's smart people everywhere in the world. It's just China and India have more smart people in quantity, in scale than anybody else. So the gravity of innovation, the gravity of new technology coming out of the world will come more and more from Asia. It's moving towards the East. That's just a fact. But when you see all these people in China, all these agile people, what they want to do is to move towards red oceans. So all these graduates, STEM graduates, they are looking for what we call red oceans. A red ocean or a red market, you could say, is a market where there's a lot of consumers, an existing market, a lot of products, a lot of money to be made, a lot of opportunity, a lot of buyers, a lot of downloads. So this is a real existing market. And Chinese love these red oceans. They don't want to create as many new oceans. And when you're in that red ocean, what you see is that it's very competitive. It constantly changes. I mean, there's a lot of hurdles. And so Chinese love and are used to this changing environment. And there's a saying in Chinese saying that the only constant in China is change. And so Chinese have become used or agile almost by DNA. They've learned to become agile to survive in this red ocean. But I don't call it a red ocean. For me, it's a bloody ocean. It's a bloody ocean because it's a bloody gladiator fight to the death to survive in this red ocean. And I fought that fight for 20 years, and I know how tough it is. And the best way to survive and to be agile in China is actually to be fast. And so Chinese are always faster than anybody else. I mean, they're not better than the rest of the world. I mean, we can really outcompete China on project management, on strategy, on lots of things, on branding, on marketing, on research, on innovation, on everything. But when it comes to speed, they're almost addicted to speed. Here's a few examples. Take, for example, on the top left here, you see a train station that is being built in just 9 hours' time. Rebuilt, actually, it's 1.5 kilometers with 1,500 people built in 9 hours because they didn't want the high-speed train to stop when it arrived in the train station in the morning. Or, for example, the Wuhan hospitals or COVID hospitals, 2 of them that were built in just 10 days' time. We all saw it on the news. The hotel of 57 stories that was built in just 3 weeks' time. This is mind-boggling. And then if you wonder how China has been building 38,000 kilometers of high-speed train in just 12 years' time, more than the whole world together, is because every 10 minutes they put a beam on these 2 pillars. And so these are just a few examples. And many people say, yeah, that's cool, but is the quality really good? And the answer is simple. The first time it's not, but the second time it's better. The third time it's even better. And by the time they're doing it 40 times or 50 times, it's better often than some of the products that we see or services in the rest of the world. And so they learn while they're agile. And I think that's the real message of being agile. It's not about being able to change. It's about learning while you change. And so Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, a couple of years ago said that in the new world, it's not going to be the big fishes eating the small ones. It's going to be the fast fishes eating the slow ones. And Chinese are just so fast. But on top of that, they're also working together in big ecosystems, call it monopolies, which the government is now trying to tackle. But these ecosystems is all about building this trust between companies and people to actually eat those big fishes. And that's what you see them going global now. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that in the West, everywhere in the world, we've built some of the best global brands that there are around. Some of them are 200 years old. And we've built the best products, the best intellectual property, the best services in the world. We have great strategy, and some companies really made a business out of building strategy, things about McKinsey or others. We're also very good in building efficiency. I mean, think about Germany or Switch watches. I mean, we love precision. And it's also about brand emotions. We have created an environment where consumers in the world have become really emotionally attached to our brands. And so that's all what's about the brand value. But in the future, if we look at tomorrow, what we see is that speed is becoming more important than intellectual property. We see that relying on the ecosystem is becoming safer than relying on the strategy, because anything we had as a strategy in 2019, we definitely did not implement it in 2020. Being agile, trying, daring, failing, trying again becomes much better and more efficient than the efficiency of the process very often. And we all have to become customer-centric, because as you see in China very often, customers can make a brand, but they can also break a brand in no time. And these things in yellow are exactly what China is offering as something very unique and the strengths of China. And so my message is always, wherever we are in the world, we should keep those things that we're very good at, but we should also get inspired by China and learn how they are so agile, so different, so customer-centric sometimes, and really know how to change the world. And it's going at lightning speed, so we better not waste time and look at what's happening in China today. I will now stop sharing my screen, and thank you very much for this for being able to present here, Raki. I leave it to you. You can also find me on LinkedIn, by the way, but I leave it right now to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Basil Copens, for that very interesting keynote. We will now move on to the next session, which is the leadership keynote on the changed hybrid work environment, employee and customer experience. And our keynote speaker today is Mr. Johnson Varkey. He's the Sales Director, Intelligent Workplace, Entity Limited in India. At Entity Limited in India, Mr. Johnson Varkey takes care of collaboration, customer experience, VDI, and employee engagement. He is an industry veteran with over 25 years of experience as a sales leader, and his forte lies in SaaS, collaboration and unified communications, customer experience management, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and RPA, digital workplace, and managed services. With his expertise in digital transformation, Mr. Johnson Varkey aims towards helping customers build digital workplaces and transform customer and employee experience. Previously, he was working with aspiring minds, Avaya, Cisco Systems, Wipro, and Tata Telecom. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Johnson Varkey, sir. And I now hand over the session to you, the leadership keynote on the changed hybrid work environment, employee and customer experience. Over to you, sir.
Hi, Raki. Thank you for that kind introduction. And good afternoon, team, and all present on this very good. And I've heard a lot about this platform, and I'm really honored to be on this platform today. So what I would like to cover over the next 20 minutes is what's really changed for us in this pandemic, and what you must be all hearing as the hybrid work environment. Everybody uses the word hybrid, and some of the things that we have learned over the last 18 months, and some of the things that technology also adopted and accelerated fast. Just to pick up a few strings from, I think, what Pascal was actually talking a little while before, and which actually resonates with kind of what we've actually seeing in motion today. Is one is speed, agility, and the ability to evolve very quickly, because we are suddenly seeing that the pace of technology change, because of the uncertainties that are getting thrown at us, are far more than we could actually plan for those long-term strategies that we used to earlier adopt and kind of implement. So I think that's what I'd like to cover. So I think Raki, if you can bring up my slides, please. Okay. All right. Thanks. I think I've done the introduction, and what I'd like to do is so what I'm going to cover here is basically, this is a learning that we've gone through over the last 18 months, personally as myself and Entity as a company, and where we interact with a lot of customers in India. And also the fact that, yes, we also had last year done, we had actually built a report, which was actually the workplace report. Now, this was done early part of 2020, and which we felt was early part of the pandemic, and we saw the world changing. So which we thought was very important, that it built some credentials to what we saw as later actions and later technology deployments and trends that we saw with our customers. So if you could just move to the next slide, please. So I'll just give you a little background of this report. We have this report with us, and if any of you feel that you want a more detailed report, please reach out to us. We can, of course, give you this report. So this was a report which was actually conducted by, if you call as a company called Jigsaw Research, and just given to them. And we had actually done, this covers not just India or any particular geography. This was done across 19 countries, 6 regions. So this fairly covers the whole world as we see today. It also covered a lot of different type of functional areas. Not just we went to, not just the management, we went to operations, we went to different organization sizes, different industries. So it is fairly a good mix of, if you see various industry representations, various role representation, and various size representations. So what we really figured out is what we saw people, the executives, the operations people telling us, and what we saw in deployment fairly was exactly matching. And so that's what I will try to cover. So can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so we saw three key trends, which we feel are very, very important in today's world, because employees over the last 18 months have got to one thing that, we first thought was we couldn't work from home. Yes, there were people who worked permanently from home. There were people who worked always in office. That in between ability of, being able to work from the best place that I feel I am most productive today, or you feel you're going to be most productive today. That was what one of the things was, to empower the employees to be able to work from anywhere. So that was one of the trends. The second thing, which was very clearly, which came out, is digitize. Now, digitization has been not, it was a buzzword maybe from 18, 19 onwards, and this, most of heard this word digitization. I want to digitize my process. I want to move everything from a pen and paper world into a digital world where, you want to automate things and you want to do a lot of things. But this was one of the things which this pandemic actually pushed, and it really helped accelerate this digitization in a very hyper accelerated mode, is the word I want to use. And the third thing, which is a strategy, is how do you build environments which allow activity-based working. Now, activity-based working, when you say, is something like, today I need to have a discussion with three people, but I also need to have two people from outside. I'm in an office, and how do I get these people to be relevant, collaborate with me in an environment which actually feels like we are in the same room? Today, our teams have become so distributed that, you're really not sure that everybody is going to be in the same place, available in the same room. So that environment is required. Now you might say, oh, this is just video conferencing. This is just the ability to go beyond just video conferencing. Can I co-create? Can I share content? Can I live, live strategize and create content and create workflows which allow me to do that? Can I automate some of these things? So that's where that environment creation is becoming a key factor to basically look at, what are the key trends that came out. So if you see on the left side, what you see, one of the things is flexibility. So what we are trying to create is really a flexible environment wherein, I can work in a way which does not create impediments, whether I am in any location or any device, or how I'm going to do that. How can I also measure it? Because see, one more thing which you always have been before pandemic was, yes, I saw my team with me, or I met with them every day, or I met them at least once or twice in a week, and I know what they're doing. So here, when I'm in a virtual world, how do I measure? How do I analyze what's happening, what's good, what's bad, all the things, and how do we improve? So that's the measurement and the ability to analyze productivity, analyze good work, analyze and create improvements. And the thing is, how do you sustain this? Because I'm pretty sure that, see, even at some point, being technical sales from the technology world, we also felt the need to meet in person. Because we are human beings, we like to work with each other, and I'm used to traveling at least once or twice in a week. And for me to work almost 18 months at home was a challenge, definitely. Yes, we adapted to it, and how do you sustain it? Because that's where those environments help you to do that. So the key message is, how do you build these strategies for long-term success? Because today, anything that we plan, has to be such that I can adapt it very quickly as and when situations arise. And that's one of the key things that I would like to say is very important. So empowering your employees, digital and digitize and create flexible work environments. Can I go to the next slide, please? So digital transformation, like I said, is being accelerated and workplace is actually being re-implemented. Now I remember, just sorry to but use a technology word. I remember talking to customers about VDI. VDI about 3 years back. VDI is not a new technology; it's a very old technology. But did it see rapid adoption in this last 18 months? Yes. Uh, we started working across VPNs. Everybody, suddenly organizations just picked up the VPN, gave all employees VPNs, and started accelerating VPN use and getting it into the system. So these were things which I saw as sudden trends which came in. And if you look at just a data point, 88% of organizations now feel technology is the key thing. People are important. People are the most important thing. But technology to enable these people, your key people, to keep your business operations running effectively, agile, and in a most efficient manner becomes a key. But the other factor also which we saw is because I saw in last April, May, and June, a lot of technology investments, especially mostly onto the cloud area, getting done very quickly in organizations which even refuse to touch cloud, maybe till 4 months back. But one thing which I go back and look, and we talk to many of our customers today, is that yes, that was a gap where everybody built a solution because I had a problem. But now is the time actually where everybody is going back and saying, how do I formalize these decisions that I took and build it as a more long-term strategy? Because that was a short-term reaction to a problem we wanted to solve. Now the thing, the digital transformation is moving to the next phase is how do I really move it, make it into my strategy. So whether I want to work from home, whether I want to work from office, whether I want to work from an airport, or whether I want to keep moving around. So that's the key thing, how digital transformation is being accelerated and how workplace is being changed. And one of the key things which, if you, we also did an employee survey once. So the employees say that having the flexibility to work in such kind of environments is going to be the ability to attract the best talent. So this is a very key thing. This is another trend which we should keep in mind, and while creating the next modernization plan for our workplace, which is exactly the way our business is. One more thing which is also changed is our customer experience. Now, we all relate customer experience to contact centers. Now, contact centers were things which, if you have a problem, you would generally call up and you would get answered by an IVR and maybe an agent. With the pandemic, again, if you saw, agents were not able to come to work. So how do I get agents to work remote? That was an easier problem to solve. But today, if you see, the applications that you have on your smartphones have ability to give you customer experience there itself. Can you resolve a lot of your customer problems? Like if I am a customer, I should be able to resolve a lot of my things on my app, or if I go to a portal, I really don't need to go back and call a customer number and try, because the digital transformation is creeping in there also. So while that's moving to cloud, there are so many channels being opened up, and your ability for your customer to reach out to you on any of the channels becomes very important. So there are two parts to this. That's why I say hybrid work environment changing from a perspective of employee experience and customer experience. So for your employees to run business very effectively, employee experience. For you to attract best talent, employee experience. For you to grow your business, customer experience. How does your customers want to interact with you? That's the flexibility that digital transformation allows them to do, and which is what we actually link back to the hybrid world. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Yeah. So this is just a little bit of a last. I wanted to touch on 5 top action items that that we heard from most of the C-level that we spoke to, which was basically get a remote flexible working policy, completely do a digital enablement of my ability to do work as an employee, home office, workplace support, workplace wellness. This is another thing which is now a very important thing. As we say that, okay, in January, of course, last few days we've been hearing something else. But otherwise, I think most of us were at some point in time coming back to work in January from a hybrid way, at least. At least 30% of your people will come back to work. Now, these are the factors that the employee workplace safety. So simple things like I would like to know that which 30% of your employees come into work today. How do I book seats so that I can have social distancing? How do I know that if you walk in Johnson Workey's temperature scans done, Johnson Workey knows who all we have. We could have technologies which allow that I keep maintain social distance, and if I come too close to someone, I and the other person should be alerted that you are too close to each other. If God forbid maybe somebody does fall sick, can I contact trace who all met that particular person so that at least I can try to contain any incidents that are happening. So that's another area which is also part of this hybrid workspace, because that actually affects the employee morale and keeps your workplace safe, sanitized, and your business going in a very agile way. Can I move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so just to reach some, I would like to focus on 3 or 4 areas now, which is this is what you see as trends, right? This is what we have got as feedback from most of our customers. So distributed working scenarios will be a norm from now on, at least. And as in more and more of the younger generation comes into the workforce, there are people who will more and more ask for such things, because there are people who expect such things and expect you to deliver that. So the ability to work securely. Now, securely is the sense that when I say if I'm working remote, I do have access to corporate data. Now, how do I ensure that this corporate data is secure in the first place? That I'm not saying Johnson Workey is I trust Johnson Workey, so Johnson Workey is not going to steal my data. But there are people remotely, and I'm connecting. How do I secure this data that this cannot be copied, caught, intercepted in between? My laptop could be a source of leak. So how do I stop all that? So all those scenarios built in with the fact that Johnson Workey comes in only probably 2 days a week. Maybe one day I work out of a remote location, one day I'm traveling. So how do I enable Johnson to be able to be productive? The location doesn't become a problem. Secondly, I have distributed teams. So all my team guys don't sit in one place. How do I get them to collaborate? So these are the distributed scenarios which will surely become a norm, and we need to plan for this, because the ability to work remotely. Can I move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So while we're working remotely, the next step that always the question is, can you identify data and analytics of saying, how do I enable the employee experience? So I want to see how does Johnson & Johnson, my team, for me, how do they find the ability to work? Is it easy? Do they have challenges? Do they have challenges accessing applications that they need to be productive? How are they able to collaborate? So the ability to identify data and work analytics and basically analyze becomes the employee experience, because I'm not talking about this analytics from a policing perspective. My belief is that in today's world, we all work on a lot of trust, and all of us are enabled and smart enough to give our best. the idea of this analytics is to be able to understand where are the, where are the bottlenecks, how can we enable them and give a better experience to the employee, so that your productivity as a company starts going up. That's one. The second one, can you move to the next slide, please? So the next generation meeting spaces, like I said, so if we are moving to a digital or a hybrid work environment, like I remember yesterday I was in Delhi, I had two of my team guys with me, but the rest of the other people were all distributed. We had to build on a strategy for next year. So how do I collaborate now? I cannot get all these guys to travel. It's not possible. So I need, see, we used to, if you see, we used to have boardrooms earlier. Remember, most of us in our offices will have one or two big boardrooms, which is the 20-seater ones. But if you see, most of the time, 4 people or 5 people sit there, barring a few occasions. But today, and we used to have other rooms which are small rooms, but used for discussions, but they don't have a video capability. So the next generation meeting spaces that we see are the ones, are the smaller ones, which allow you to quickly start collaborating, because you always have scenarios of 2 or 3 people in a room and maybe 2, 3 people remote locations, 1 or 2 people working from home. How do you get all of them together? So this is the next thing which actually also is coming up as the next trend, where you want to create those meeting spaces to be able to collaborate better. And then while you're doing this, the most important thing is I also want to have software capabilities, wherein I can say, okay, this room was designed for 5 people. I would ideally like it to be used by 5 people. Now, we, in our ways to accommodate, sometimes have 7, 8 people. Today's world, I don't want to do that, because I would like to maintain that distance and safety for the employees, so that we don't run into all kind of other issues. So being able to have intelligence in the rooms about able to schedule optimum utilization, all of those things come into these next generation meeting spaces. I'm not going to go into details of technology of any of these things, because that each of them probably is a half an hour, 1 hour discussion. But this is the one of the thing. And the last one, can you move to one more slide, please? So employee wellness. This is the one I spoke to you as we come back to office. How do I ensure that each of anybody who enters my workspace is, today we can say double vaccinated. Today I can say, today your temperature scan's done. I know safe distancing. I know that I can book a place. Like, let's say simple is that I know that we are 3 of us to come into an office and we're a team. So I would like to have hot desks right next to each other. So these all become part of a employee wellness part from an employee perspective. Now, the one more thing which is also important for us, if you look at from a enterprise and organization perspective, is I probably don't require that many of that size of offices. So with the data that you could probably get from the data analytics of these softwares, you could actually decide what's the optimum floor space that are required. I also will be able to use it optimally and probably save some cost from an organizational perspective. So while you're actually looking at the employee wellness, you're also looking at being able to optimize your cost from a real estate perspective. Can you move to the next slide, please? So this is just a strategy we had at entity build. So when we say hybrid workplace, so I think I spoke about employee experience, customer experience, and the digital transformation. These are the 3 things which, if you see, are very visible. Now, if you see, it's like if you see under the Titanic, under the ocean, what are the other things that are factors around it? How do you do the cloud transformation? How do you do security around it? And how do you manage the network around it? See, because for any of these employee experience or the digital transformation or the customer experience to really function very well, you would need to have pillars around it, which is either the cloud and the security and the network to support all these strategies. Now, so this is the ability we say that you create the core to be able to support your outcomes. So the ability to provide, run it through managed services. Maybe you don't want to build your team completely. You would want to keep it with somebody as a managed service. You want to do all of those things. That is the thing we have figured out a strategy how to help transform an organization from a technology transformation as well as a business transformation. Can you move to the next slide? So this is the four areas. I think I've spoken about it quite a bit, which is typically around the ability to collaborate and communicate, the ability to work securely and keep my mobile devices under control, the ability to have smart workspaces, and my customer experience. So this is a few of those pillars around, a few of those technology pieces around it. From a distributed working perspective, I can, if you anybody wants more information, reach out to me, because the slides, actually a slide I could do a long presentation on, but I would not want to touch upon beyond this. If you remember these four pillars, four areas, these are the areas that would really help to do the digital transformation very quickly. Can you move to the next slide? So the idea was, can we create a blueprint to deliver your business outcomes? So if you see the four base pillars, one is collaboration, data center, networking, and your cloud transformation. Building that over with, if you call as the services around it, which is the technology infrastructure services and the consulting services to reach. And how do we transform from a combined world of some of the things that we do will be on premise, some of the things will be private cloud, which is again different, and some of it's a public cloud wrapped around with security to do services for our employees and our customers. This is the way I would look at, how do you deliver a blueprint to deliver business outcomes, because at the end of the day, you are actually driving business outcomes. And can I move to the next slide? So the last slide that I wanted to leave you a thought with, digital transformation. See, this is the age you've got to do this, because from a hybrid workplace perspective, this is the only way to do it. Because today, technology are mature, clouds become mature, security has become mature, networks are available, and you've got good people all over the world now. So it doesn't restrict you from hiring people, it doesn't restrict you from hiring people in a specific location. So all of those things, which actually are key to a hybrid workplace to actually deliver uh, deliver the business outcome that we need. So that's why I always put the tagline, together. See, I'm a technology consulting services vendor. There are technology solution providers, and you are probably people as businesses who probably implement many of these things. And together, I think we can actually do great things in terms of providing that great hybrid work experience. I think I'm still 5 minutes over time, and if anybody needs to reach out to me, you can figure out my email address is there. Else, I think that's what I would like to leave you with these thoughts. Thank you so much for the time. Over to you, Rocky.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson Varki, sir. And before we start the next session, a little mention about the sponsors for the event. We are very grateful to have Government of West Bengal, Department of IT and Electronics as the host state, and along with Webel. And the platinum sponsor is Airtel Business, and our gold sponsors is Dell Technologies along with Intel and NTT Limited in India. The technology knowledge partner is Accenture. Co-host is STPI. Education partner is JIS University. Tech learning partner is Young Tech Olympiad and IndieSmart Group Initiative. And associate sponsors are CrowdStrike, Pinnacle Infotech, PowerBit Corporation of India, Arch Global Foundation School. Association partners are SARC CCI, NASCOM, CIO Club, TIE Kolkata, IEEE ComSoc Kolkata chapter. Now, as I was telling you that the host state is the Government of West Bengal, Department of IT and Electronics, we have a video which, in case you would have missed it at the beginning of the sessions, We'd like to play the video once again for you to understand that what our government is actually the initiatives they've been taken. So I request my team to please play the video, please.
West Bengal Electronics Industry Development Corporation Limited, popularly known as WEBEL, has successfully changed the IT scenario in Bengal. Bengal today is a preferred IT destination. Multiple cloud-based state data centers have developed, churning out nearly 800 tech research scholars and 15,000 graduates from world-class institutes annually. WEBEL invites industry players to set up units for hardware parks and electronic manufacturing clusters at nominal costs, providing superior infrastructure and advantages. Thanks to WEBEL, the state also boasts of 18 ready-to-use modern IT spaces. With a waiting list of investors along with 4 additional IT parks that are near completion. Spread across 200 acres, Eastern India's most advanced IT destination, Silicon Valley Tech Hub, is rising as an epicenter of technology, with available land being booked up fast. WEBEL gave rise to various burgeoning IT hubs with substantial resources like green building offices with zero power cut and plug-and-play modules. FinTech Hub in Newtown, the future of financial services, is another area of prime focus. Major emphasis is given to blockchains, hackathons, and many more. WEBEL Fujisoft Vara having state-of-the-art 3D printing technology. The Cybersecurity Center of Excellence has been announced as the winner by DSCI Excellence Awards 2020 for security awareness and data protection. The development of Self-Scan, a government-trusted app-based scanning technology where one can securely scan private documents. WEBEL Animation Academy is taking the world of animation to a new dimension. WEBEL Mediatronics Division's ongoing projects on ambient noise level monitoring system. Additionally, WEBEL Digital Academy is imparting IT training across rural Bengal. WEBEL has also concentrated on initiatives of G2G and G2C under West Bengal's e-governance project. The issue of Swasthya cards in Bengal has added to the glory. Even for IT professionals returning to Bengal due to the COVID-19 scenario, the Karma Bhumi project has been offering employment opportunities through a dedicated web portal. Thus, WEBEL has helped skyrocket the employment rate in the state's IT sector. Bengal is strategically located and well connected with China, Taiwan, Japan, Dubai, etc. Thereby, Asia's largest business hubs are well accessible to the state. WEBEL also caters to the IT needs of the extended parts of eastern India. West Bengal is the IT gateway of India. The state is phenomenally conducive to business, having airports and riverine ports, well-developed roadways and railways, with further infrastructural development in full swing. 100% Business Reform Action Plan, compliant with a high rank in the Ease of Doing Business Index. Bengal has changed the face of trade. The rise of Bengal in the IT and E sector has also attracted eminent delegates from Taiwan to visit WEBEL's EMC and hardware parks, kickstarting further growth in Bengal with emerging technology and making the state Industry 4.0 compliant. Together with a stable industrial climate, committed leadership, and focus on holistic growth, the land is brimming with intellectual prowess. So come and ride the wave of growth and invest as WEBEL transforms Bengal into the ultimate global IT hub.
বাংলার মাটি, বাংলার জল, বাংলার বায়ু, বাংলার ফল, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক হে ভগবান।
Bengal, the bountiful state of India, having a heritage dating back to several centuries, has now evolved into the emerging IT destination to the rest of the world. A perfect blend of economic strength and dynamism, a large talent pool, industry-friendly stable policies, a strong consumer base and transparent governance has facilitated the growth of the promising IT sector in the state, creating a significant place for itself on the global map. Bengal now also ranks among the topmost states in the ease of doing business rankings by achieving near 100% compliance. By introducing Shilpo Sathi Bill, a single window management system, Bengal has created a landmark, thus ensuring time-bound clearances with unmatched efficiency. 5 projects of the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, have bagged SKOCH Order of Merit Awards at the 52nd SKOCH Summit held in New Delhi from 21st to 23rd June 2018. According to United News of India, Bengal's e-governance system got another feather in its cap when the Computer Society of India, CSI, awarded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee with its E-Ratna Award and the state government with its Best State in E-Governance Award. To ensure fair and equal submission and procurement of tenders, Bengal now has adopted 100% e-procurement system. Ace IT companies such as Ericsson, Capgemini, TCS, IBM, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, British Telecom, ITC Infotech are all functioning profitably from Bengal, facilitating an IT boom in the state. The global IT giant Infosys is opening a 525,000 square feet software development center in Bengal, investing over INR 100 crores. Wipro is all set to expand further with the intention to open its second campus in Bengal. Envisioning the immense opportunity, Reliance Jio has already invested rupees 15,000 crore in Bengal. Prestigious IT campuses, Genpact Campus and STPI Campus have been set up in Sector 5. Esteemed technical institutions like IIM, IIT, ISI are among some significant sources of unparalleled and uninterrupted flow of talent pool in Bengal, making it the most sought-after state for education. Growing into a gateway of IT powerhouse in South Asia, Bengal proudly possesses 15 avant-garde IT parks and a number of additional electronic parks spread across the state. To further encourage the young, dynamic minds, since 2017, Bengal conducts Bengalathon, a one-of-its-kind national-level hackathon. With the inspiration of our Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is ushering into the biggest disruptive technology, the blockchain. To leverage the technology and make Bengal the forerunner in emerging into a blockchain technology hub, the Global Blockchain Congress, Consensus 2018, was hosted by Bengal. And the list doesn't end here. Bengal takes its pride in spearheading WebL DQE Animation Academy, Green City Mission, FinTech Hub. The Honorable CM has unveiled a new IT policy to make Bengal the leading conqueror of the IT realm. The new policy focuses upon 3D printing, Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and many more. In the words of Shri Mukesh Ambani, under the leadership of Honorable CM Srimati Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is becoming Best Bengal. Srimati Banerjee also recently inaugurated a path-breaking project, the Bengal Silicon Valley Hub. It is a state-of-the-art 200 acres IT hub harboring world-class amenities, aiming to act as a center of excellence for the global IT industry. Given all the benefits that Bengal has to offer, several renowned investors have made their move on investing in the state. The pioneer of the cosmopolitan culture in the country, Bengal is now also the ultimate IT destination for the rest of the world. All roads to the future of IT leads to Bengal. Bengal, the state all set to rise. Bengal means business.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we have our first spotlight session for today, a session that everyone has been waiting for, which is winning against all odds, the Indian unicorn boom. And let me take this opportunity to introduce spotlight speakers. Our first spotlight speaker is Mr. Arjun Mohan, who's the CEO India at Upgrad, Asia's higher ed tech major. Mr. Mohan started his career with the Think and Learn Private Limited, commonly known as Byju's, as a teacher and moved up the ranks into a leadership role. He ran most of the sales and marketing in the company's early years and was until recently running its international business. He held several leadership positions throughout his tenure, including Vice President Marketing and most recently Chief Business Officer. Prior to Byju's, Arjun drove sales and operations at Titan Industries and did his stints with Tata Motors, Tata Realty, and Infrastructure Limited, and Sir Dorabji Tata and Allied Trusts. He started his career as a Tata Administrative Services Manager after passing out from IIM Kozhikode with gold medal. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Arjun Mohan, sir. And our next spotlight speaker is Mr. Vipul Parekh, who is the co-founder, Chief Financial Officer, and Chief Marketing Officer of Big Basket, a Tata enterprise. Mr. Vipul Parekh is also an angel investor. Mr. Parekh is a veteran industry leader with considerable experience in the IT industry, retail, e-commerce, and internet space. Prior to Big Basket, Mr. Parekh was an investment director at People Capital Advisors Private Limited. He has also been the president of Trinetra Super Retail Limited, wherein he was heading the retail businesses for Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and was responsible for expansion into new formats and geographies. Mr. Parekh also co-founded Fab Mall India Private Limited, one of India's successful startups. Mr. Parekh started his professional journey with TVS Electronics Limited and later went on to work with Wipro Limited for over 5 years. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Vipul Parekh, sir.
Thank you.
And our next spotlight speaker will be Mr. Gajendra Jangid, who is the co-founder and CMO of Cars24, an online retailer for pre-owned automobiles in India, UAE, and Australia. Backed by marquee investors such as Sequoia Capital, DST, and SoftBank, Cars24 was last valued at $2 billion. Before Cars24, Gajendra Jangid was associated with Schlumberger in US and India for 9 years. He is the go-to man at Cars24. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Gajendra Jangid, sir. And the moderator and chairperson for the session is Mr. Avinash Deepak, who's the Senior Vice President and Vertical Head for IT, ITES, and Startups at Airtel Business, Bharti Airtel Limited. Mr. Avinash heads this division, which is looking after IT and ITES and Startups for Airtel Business. He has been instrumental in shaping Airtel Business's several GTM initiatives for new products, besides deploying leading various sales transformation programs like strategic account planning, value-based selling, industry verticalization, etc. He was previously at BT India, where he set up and ran the strategic account management division. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Avinash Deepak, sir, and I would like to hand over the session to you, the spotlight session on winning against all odds, the Indian unicorn boom. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Rocky, for the wonderful introduction. And my fellow panelists, Arjun, Vipul, Gajendra, a very warm welcome to you to this session. For everyone, let me try and explain to you what we're going to talk today about and draw a little bit of context from there. So all of us know that India has been a thriving market, especially for young organizations to come up, thrive, and flourish. The startup ecosystem has been very strong in the last decade plus. Basically what the market is all about in terms of this country is it's very easy to do business out here. Cost to do business is easy. There is good amount of access to both customers as well as a flourish of vendors. The domestic market is basically large, very large, the second largest market today in the world. What has also happened in the last decade that the internet consumption of folks on internet has really burst open. Today we have almost 800 million internet users as far as this country is concerned, which makes it the second largest internet market. All this is creating a very conducive environment for the startup to basically experiment, drive new ideas, qualify them, and grow basis that. Of course, what is also helping, no doubts, is the recognition from the government that this is a space which needs to grow. And they have done their bit along with the academia, along with corporates, to basically foster and grow the space a little more. What we're going to talk about now is basically the sudden boom of unicorns in this country. While there were a lot of startups, about 20,000 startups do exist in India in various shapes and forms. We are seeing, we never really had those giant ones as China or as US had, the billion-dollar valued organizations, so to say, largely called as unicorns. Let me run you through some statistics. Last December, exactly a year back, in the last decade, India created 31 unicorns in the last decade, almost 9 years. In the year that we are in, by the time this year closes, that 31 number would have increased to 80. So this year itself, we have created 2.5 times more number of unicorns as we have created in the past decade. So there is a sudden boom, a sudden interest, on various parameters. Another thing which is coming about is we are seeing the rise of the technology startup, both deep tech startups which are specialized in technology and tech startups with leveraged technologies to basically drive a certain idea into the market. Yet another, trend that we are seeing is that 50% of the startups which have come up in this current year are coming up in the B2B space, which in India was largely quiet, as far as the participation of these startups are concerned. It is more of a B2C space per se. What we're going to do today is that with the esteemed panel members, I'm going to pose a few questions a little here and there, and we will try to understand what has been the journey of the unicorns per se, what are the challenges they face, what is the journey of these three specific unicorns as such, the experiences of these leaders and how we can draw from them. Some of the questions are based around that. All right. So what I'm going to do is let me start with no specific order per se, but let me start with Vipul. Vipul, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Absolutely.
Vipul, I want to start with you. In this panel, you're arguably the
Blessed.
individual with the richest, I didn't want to say that,
No,
with the
that's
richest
fine.
experience, having worked at Wipro Infotech in the 90s, having dabbled with the dot-com boom. What is your sense of the startup boom in this country? What are the messages which you would like to leave behind to young entrepreneurs who want to, follow that journey?
Right.
Some
So
music.
this is thanks, Avinash. This is probably the best time to get started. I wish I was 10 years younger and I had started 10 years later, honestly. You can't ask for a better confluence of markets, economy, technology, all of which are, everything is at the right time, at the right moment, and there's lots of finance available to, just pursue any idea that you want. So you can't ask for a better time to do a startup. So therefore, if anybody has any dreams of doing a startup, please jump in. Please don't wait for any good day or a good year or a good time in your life to get started. This is probably the best time, and it doesn't depend, and it doesn't matter what age group you belong to. There are examples like me, dinosaurs. There are examples who are much younger on the panel, and you'll find that everybody has been able to build something unique. So the opportunity is immense. So that's the first thing I would really like to tell you. Saying don't hesitate. These kind of periods of time when you can really build great companies come very, very rarely in the histories of nations or in our lifetimes. So this is a good time, and this is probably this year, the last year, or the next 3 to 5 years are really going to be great times for anybody to get started. Having said that, there are 2-3 things that I would, particularly because there's a lot of excitement today. There's a lot of, let me say, ambitious goals being set. It's important to, when you're starting off, to remember 2-3 things. One, an overnight success takes about 10 years. And the reason for that is anything that you start today, Baidu started in 2010, right? Or probably even a little earlier as an idea. So it takes time to build a brand. It takes time for your ideas to take shape. It takes time for the business to really scale. We started in 2011, almost 10 years over now for Big Basket. So you have to make sure that you are in it for the long run. This is not I will get in today, and I hear of startup founders saying 2 years later, I want to become a unicorn. And if it happens, well and good. But I don't think you can build targets like that, which can lead to disappointment, which can also set you up for very unrealistic goals, and you're targeting the wrong things. Good businesses, solid businesses take time to build, and you have to stay at the till for the good part of a decade before you really see any kind of progress or you see any kind of brand or product being built. So that's number one. The second thing is that, when you start off, there is a significant lack of enthusiasm, both in yourself and in investors and other people. So most people that you see are going to say, I don't know whether this will work. You yourself will have a lot of doubts, saying, I don't know whether this is going to work. I don't know whether I can pull this off. And you will find people, all your friends, your investors that you meet, people you want any help from will say, might work, might not work. I don't know whether it's going anywhere. So be ready for it. This is very normal. Some of the most unsure entrepreneurs have built some of the greatest companies in the world. Right? So it's not necessary that you need to be one, completely devoted, passionate, jumping, breathing fire kind of entrepreneur on day one. As long as you have an idea and you stick with it, and you think you can build on it, it will work. Having said that, don't do anything stupid. Right? You can't suspend logic. You can't assume that suddenly the world will change because you believe it will change. Look for data to sort of make sure that your ideas or your plans that you have are valid and are likely to fructify. Look for early product market fit. What is product market fit? Are customers happy with the idea? Are customers happy with the service or product that you want to provide? What kind of customer feedback are you getting? Use that to iterate. And if you do this, you'll eventually find that there might be an idea that you started with. It didn't work. You did something else. Maybe that works. That doesn't work. Maybe a third idea or your fourth idea really comes and really hits the jackpot. There is no guarantee of knowing 100% with any business idea that will work day one. And to give you our own example, when we first started in the 99, we started with a horizontal e-commerce store. What Flipkart became or what Amazon is today. And this was way ahead of its time. This was dial-up days. But in 2 years, we realized that while we were the largest e-commerce store, there were no customers. But there were very few customers. This idea was not going to scale. So we actually shut the business and became and started a physical store company. Right? We started doing grocery stores, which are physical stores, and that had great reception. We built that business for the next 4 years, sold that business off. So therefore, our first idea was completely crap. We thought it would work. We did not have any takers in the market, but what we, our second version worked very well, and a third version which worked even better, which was Big Basket. 10 years after we started the first, which was 99, in 2011 we went back to online grocery, and by that time the market was ready. So you can imagine how wrong you can be when you get into businesses, and sometimes being very adaptable, flexible is very, very useful. We were off by 10-12 years, and even in 2011 online grocery was actually very early. Most people I used to meet used to tell me, I don't know if anybody's going to buy groceries online in India, and this was in 2011, and we were selling groceries in 1999 online. So therefore, I think sometimes you may sort of fall in love with your idea. It's important to be flexible, change your mindset. It's important to iterate. Your first idea may not work, something else works, and I think eventually you'll find success. Staying the course, being committed to staying the course, and being flexible eventually lead to success. That's all I had, Ganesh.
Thank you so much for that, Vipul. I think very nicely put that the time is now. There is no better time than now. And the whole idea is to have enthusiasm and believe in your story, no matter what the resistance. One should have patience, of course, qualifying your ideas, validating your ideas, especially with consumers and the market. And lastly, flexibility for ideas and what you need to do will eventually find success somewhere down the line. Very nicely put, drawing from experiences as such. Gajendra, I'm going to come to you. Similar question, but slightly towards the future. I just spoke about the sharp rise, in the unicorn space in India. We are growing at a rate which is far faster than the number of unicorns getting created in China. China is almost double of us, but the way we are going, 2 years down the line, 2.5 years down the line, we should be able to beat China in terms of number of unicorns. What, in your view, will sustain this as we move forward into this journey? Is this something which is sustainable, firstly? And what are the factors, in your view, that will continue to drive the formation of unicorns specifically and the startup ecosystem in general? Gajendra.
Yeah, thank you, Avinash, for having me here. I think the question what you are asking has a lot of interesting takes. Like to me and personally, the business for any kind of business or any kind of startup per se you are building, fundamentally you would always have to look for value creation first before valuation. Like people rightly said, you have to look for the early product market fit and what business model what you are coming out with is it really adding value to customer lives or not? Are they really talking about post your services or goods what you're delivering? Is there any good spread of word of mouth? All of those things are a signal to your business whether you have hit the nail on the head or not. And the second most important thing after that is what is the road to unit economics, right? My advice to all the fellow entrepreneurs is that unit economics is something which you don't build at the later part of the journey. So you should have very clear line of sight, whether it's day 0 or day 1, but there should be very clear line of sight and full clarity on the head by when I will achieve that. Because that's what will make the business more sustainable, right? Without which valuation will go back and forth, up and down, and you may just have to shut down the business if those two things are not very well thought through. Now coming to your point, Avinash, is about valuation, and so many times we thought about valuation. So Cars24 is a 6 years old startup, right? Back in 2015 we started, and at that point of time, trust me, when we thought of that, what will happen to a startup 5 years from that point, in 2020 or 2025. Of course, if becoming a unicorn was a kind of a milestone or kind of a dream come true at that point of time. Now after going through this tough journey of last 6 years, I come to realize that valuation is something you can never follow. Valuation will come on its own. Once you start chasing valuation, you are bound to go off on track. And we have gone off track many times, right? And it's not only sometimes it happens because of what you did something wrong. It can happen by any external market condition as well. Like the first one which we really hit the wall was demonetization, right? When it happened, everything shut down, and we kind of everything was pushed almost a year before for us. And then GST rollout, and there's so many external events can deter you. So if you are really chasing after valuation, those are the things which will really make you feel down. What I think continuously you should, if your business is self-sustainable, if your unit economics is strong, if your product market fit is good, the time will come. Now it can come in 2 years, it can come in 5 years, it can come in 10 years. That's something which I don't think so anyone can really predict. Now coming to the current context, so right now I think what India is seeing right now is a blend of so many external conditions, external factors, beside what how in last a decade or so startup ecosystem have developed. And most of these unicorns what we are seeing right now, they've been in the business for anywhere from 3 years to 10 years. They are not just started the last year or something like that. So all of us have been working really hard and really trying to disrupt in whichever category we are operating in. And I think that the post-COVID, there's a fundamental shift has happened in how I would say VCs are looking at the next decade or so. The technology-led startup have reaped the benefit of it, because adoption of internet and technology has just catapulted. This COVID event has catapulted us to the 5 years from now, and that has actually helped big time all of the startups to really ask for better valuation, because this outlook is super strong. India is right now is racing ahead of China, or already ahead of China, in terms of how fast we are generating the top valued companies. And second, of course, the availability of capital. Your valuation will depend a lot upon availability of capital, and we are I would say sitting at the juncture where the availability of capital is not an issue. The outlook of next 5 years, 10 years has been super strong. The ecosystem of startup, which has been in I would say work in progress in last 10 years, and there's a strong reason to believe so. And everybody knows it's just not the one of an event they are witnessing. India has a very sound fundamental economy, is very strong. Post-COVID recovery has been a fantastic. We are being called as a one of the fastest growing country in the COVID world. So all of those positive sentiments are really helping the startups to get a better valuation. And I think I would not personally like to start when the valuations are good. I would like to start whenever. I think startup requires a lot of I would say not only passion but patience as well. And if you really want to jump in this wagon because there are better valuation out there, you lose the steam very soon whenever something goes down. So if you fundamentally, everyone needs to feel for the business what they are part of, the problem what they are solving, and like Vipul rightly said, be ready to be in the long haul, long run, like 10 years, 15 years. Business doesn't get built overnight. It really requires a lot of time, effort, and the patience to be there. So that would be my piece of advice and my current take on the current situation.
I think nicely put. Basically, what you're really saying is nothing better than hard work. Keep at it. Unit economics. Start with that. Keep it in your head as you move through your journey. And I really like this idea as to don't try and time valuation. Don't try and keep a goal of valuation. That's not the real idea. Chase that dream, which is more important. And of course, the India story, the internet economy, of course, we are at the heart of it as Airtel. We see what's really happening to the number of consumers as well as the consumption per user. It's absolutely, in the last 2 years' time, it's been absolutely something that we would not have ever, dreamt of. Devices costs going down, the pandemic, people sitting out of home and working, consumption moving to the house, and so on and so forth. We're seeing huge demand as far as both mobile as well as fiber-based broadband is concerned. Thank you so much for that, Gajendra. Yeah, the India story definitely is strong. On that, I'm going to come to you, Arjun. My view is that in the last few years, we have seen Indian startups, especially some of the unicorns, replicate an idea from the West very well, and in fact, taken those ideas and really reformed them to something much better, much larger, much bigger. Upgrad Story is, I see Upgrad Story as an Indian concept, an Indian idea meant for the Indian economy now, which is expanding slowly across the globe. Can you throw some light on the uniqueness of your model, the uniqueness
Sure.
to India, and how your journey has been as far as this is concerned? Yeah.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Avinash, Airtel and ABB for having me here. And thanks for the question. To explain this, I'll have to go back a little bit in the history on how the founders of this organization planned it all out. So the fundamental idea was the people who started this, that's Mayank, Ronnie, Falgun, they felt that for a country like India, for the economy to grow at the level we want it to grow, we need more and more upskilled individuals. So the typical global standard is for a country like us, we should have around 70% gross enrollment ratio, or number of people in the working age going to colleges and doing their graduation, so they are upskilled. While that number in India is around 27% still. And this is even after private universities opening up, even after education getting so much of focus, so much of budget, both in state and central government. So one conclusion they came to is that the solution to India's problem of GR ratio is not about building more structures or more building for that matter, or more universities for that matter. The solution lies online. It's a fundamental idea of creating degrees, courses, upskilling material online, which will help an individual to learn while they are earning, to go out and do a course along with the job they are doing. So the fundamental problem statement they tried to solve was access, affordability, and quality. Can we give the best quality education online on your mobile phone to anyone in any part of this country? If you do that and you allow them to have that flexibility to do it alongside your job, they will be upskilled to solve India's problems of tomorrow. So which is the reason why the idea or the product or the startup was very unique, which was also the reason why it took, as Vipul and Gajendra also rightly mentioned, quite a lot of time to get the idea right. It took them 5 years to really conceptualize, iterate it, and become an overnight sensation, overnight success. It takes a really long time. So that is one reason why we were able to do it. What we realized over a period of time is this Indian problem, which we thought was uniquely Indian, which we tried to solve. We saw that this is true with a lot of countries, even in developed nations, because with every day, the technology or the knowledge a person should have is changing. I mean, COVID took most of our technology to cloud. How many cloud engineers do we need today when compared to what it was 2 years ago? Or how people are going online, the requirement for cybersecurity, the requirement for data science and ML engineers. So it is all about building that lifelong learning experience, which will help a person to stay ahead of the curve. So that is how our organization metamorphosed also, because when we saw that a lot of people are, even after doing a course once, they're coming back later saying that, I think the first course really helped, but now I'm seeing things changing again. How do I do the next one and keep myself ahead of it? So the concept which was Indian now is actually feeling like it's an everyone's problem, because the world around us is changing on a daily basis. And that's what we are today. So as a part of it, we expanded our reach and we are seeing good response across the world. I sincerely think that this business model, which we build in India for India, is relevant for the entire world.
Thank you so much for that, Arjun. I have a 17-year-old son, and he's appropriately confused what to do in life. And I spoke to him about your model yesterday. And he's already online trying to figure out some courses, some very interesting ones, which I will maybe talk to you offline.
Sure. Great.
Yeah. So congratulations. Something very meaningful is what you have created for the Indian society at large. Coming to an Indian idea, Vipul, I know that Big Basket again is a immensely Indian idea, and the huge, massive success, your leadership is a result of the customizations that you've been able to create to address such a diversified need in this country, right? The North versus the South, the vegetarians versus the non-vegetarians, and the different economic strata that we have. A little bit about how did you go about it, and how do you see this evolving? How has it helped the model of Big Basket?
So grocery is a very interesting business. Like you said, all of us eat. We eat different things in different parts of the country. Not all of it is different, but you always have about 10-20% different by region, by city. And so therefore, the product mix that you need to offer to customers is very different. The second thing, which actually introduces a lot of complexity, is what do you offer? Different stores are different sizes. When you go offline, you buy fruits and vegetables from a cart. You might buy your staples from a particular rice store. You may buy all your other this thing from a kirana or from a supermarket. You may buy beauty products somewhere else. So getting all of it together and delivering all of it together to customers becomes a huge challenge. So just to give you an idea, today we carry about 100,000 different products. And to give you an idea of what that means, a large supermarket or a large store would carry about 13 to 15,000 products. So roughly it's about 6x in scale in terms of the assortment that we carry. Now, when you carry those kind of products and that assortment size, it becomes very complex to manage. How do you make sure that you deliver the right products? How do you make sure that you deliver the right quality? How do you make sure that you deliver everything in time? So one of the fundamental challenges that Big Basket as a model faced was, what is the assortment size? Should we offer fresh fruits and vegetables or not? When we started in 2011, we started with fresh fruits and vegetables, saying that Indian customers think of F&B, as we call it, as part of the grocery basket, so it makes sense to offer it. It's an extremely challenging business because you're dealing with fresh produce. It has to come from farms. Today we deal with about 30,000 farmers across the length and breadth of the country. We buy directly from the farmers, and so for example, to give you an example, we buy onions in Nashik, we buy potatoes in Agra, we buy oranges in Nagpur, we buy apples in Simla, we would buy mangoes in season in Ratnagiri. Right? So all of this then gets put together, gets delivered to each of the distribution centers that we have in the cities across the country. And this entire network, working with farmers, buying from them, paying them, getting it to cleaning, processing, packaging, and then bringing it to our distribution centers and then to customers, happens in the shortest possible time. Today, our lead time from farm to a customer's home is probably between 24 to 36 hours. And therefore, to build that supply chain, to build that, and build the quality standards that you need to deliver, it's very hard to do. So we use a combination of tech, of people on the ground, of putting experts at each of the growing areas, of building very deep relationships with farmers to ensure that we could deliver the freshest products and get all of them in time to customers. Because unless it gets delivered in time, you also have, fresh products lose freshness, they go to waste, you end up, if you don't have the right quality, nobody will buy it, customers will just return it back to you. So that becomes very important. So one of the goals that we set for Big Basket very early on was that our customers should be extremely happy with the product quality that we deliver. And today we have probably the lowest return rates of any grocer in the world, the lowest. And so one of the tenets that we built Big Basket on early on was we said we'll adopt global benchmarks. One, when we started, there were no Indian benchmarks. Now there are plenty. But very early on, we said we will make sure that we are the best in the world. So we benchmarked ourselves for timely delivery with Amazon. We benchmarked for assortment with something like Ocado, which was a large European grocer. We benchmarked in terms of returns with the best of fresh grocery sites or fresh produce sites anywhere in the world. And we adopted those benchmarks. We crossed all of them, I think, about 2005, 2015, 2016. It's a long time back. Today, we set the benchmarks in each of these areas. And I think that happens, and that's a testament not to the founding team, honestly. That's a testament to the kind of processes that we build, the kind of people that we have, the kind of expertise that lies in the country. And just amazing. So one of the things that I would really like to leave as a message is that you can build to global standards in India any time of the day. You can take on global competition and beat them hands down with the intelligence, with the creativity, and with the quality of people that we have. And I think that's really what Big Basket leveraged, using local supply chain technologies, building our entire technology is built from the ground up by Indian engineers, by a team of about 15 people who started this company. Right? So it's not that you require a large tech team to even deliver this. So building that entire supply chain was a different building making sure that you have logistics, delivering in time, making sure that every delivery is tracked, building customer service on top of it. We work with your business today, and we use your cloud platform for a lot of our customer service offerings. And setting benchmarks there becomes very important. So just to give you one simple example, because I think it serves an illustration to the amount of granularity and the depth that you need to go to when you look at customers, is we offer voice service. Right? We're the only customer e-commerce business which offers a voice service where if you have a problem, you pick up the phone and can dial. And customers love it, incidentally. Right? A lot of customers use that. It's very painful to operate. It's also very expensive to operate, right? Which is why most people don't do it. But we said it's very important that you do it. But the benchmark we set for a voice service, and ever since we had, we said any call that comes in from a customer has to be picked up in 3 rings. And we used to, as founders, we used to monitor every week, saying how many calls got picked up in 3 rings and how many did not, and what caused that. Was it overload? Was it number of people not there? So I think the purpose of giving this metric is more to illustrate that you need to design processes, you need to design at great granularity and really keeping the customer in mind. And if you can do that, and that is what Big Basket has been able to do, to build processes which really reflect what customers want, and to design the organization on the basis of that.
I think I'm amazed at the amount of rich information, Vipul, you bring to the table in terms of the depth of understanding your supply chain, the mangoes and the various oranges, fruits, where do they come to, coupled with the extremely deep insight about demand, which is your consumer, who likes what, using technology to basically ensure an individual at the residence gets the right thing at the right time, all delivered within 36 hours. Amazing journey, no doubts about it. Yes, we do serve you. We have a great amount of pride in handling your customer engagement platform. The SMS platform helps you, what I understand from your teams, helps you engage. We have a platform called Airtel IQ, which is a little startup that we have running within our organization, doing tremendously well. And that platform helps you engage with consumers through SMS, through voice, through video, soon bots and WhatsApp. Big Basket consumers use that. Another thing that we do very interestingly for you is that we track some of your assets as they move in the country through our IoT platform. That's also something that we really do, which is very interesting. We learned a lot from that business case and have been able to replicate it. Great. Thank you so much for the patronage there. Arjun, I'm going to come to you on a slightly different topic per se. One of the things to drive the startup ecosystem, to drive the formation of the unicorns, is the support of the government. Right, the government has been doing, as I see, their bit, quite a bit actually, in terms of Skill India, Make in India, the new PLI scheme for manufacturing, the Startup India platforms, accelerators that they have been able to create with organizations like institutes like IIT, and so on and so forth. There's also a lot of partnership happening with the corporates to foster this program. How do you see the government making a further impact to enhance, to drive digital learning in this country?
Sure. Again, Avinash, thank you so much for the question. So in my view, Government of India has been very, very proactive with supporting digital, especially digital education. As you rightly said, Skill India, lot of programs. But I would say the game changer has been the new education policy. India will be one of those few countries in the world which is now allowed to give formal education online. So you can do a bachelor's or a master education, be it a BBA, BCA, MBA, MCA, BA program online purely sitting in your home on a good platform like Upgrad or one of the university platforms, even on your mobile. So that, in my view, is a very, very futuristic thought process, a very, very futuristic idea, something which government has taken, understanding what the people of this country is looking for. Just to give an example of the big basket delivery boys, there's so many of them who starts working immediately after their 12th standard. These are not people without aspiration, but they don't have time. Neither do they have a lot of money to take a break and go back to campuses. This is suddenly allowing them to be a graduate, suddenly allowing them to come to the next level of making a better living there. So in my view, government has been very proactive with the policies. Where the government can really help is the implementation of this to the last mile. I mean, it's easier said than done for us, but government is a behemoth. There's so many things which needs to happen. So it is always in the implementation that it takes time. There are, back and forth in it. It is slowly getting there. And I will be happiest if we start the government send out the message of truly making the digital education formally education by changing the GST of digital education. So even now, education is at a 0% or 5%, but the GST of digital education is still on the highest. So I would say that there's a lot of things happening in the right direction, but implementation of this is taking time, which is something we will all have to work closely with the government to take it to the next level. Because fundamentally, this is an idea whose time has come. And the faster we do it, the better we'll help this country.
Good perspective. The government has been driving a few things. I've been personally working with both the state and the central government in various shapes and forms. And we see fair amount of intensity in terms of investing, advising, creating platforms, as I said earlier, for the startups to flourish. Thank you so much for that answer. Gajendra, I want to go to you for a question which is in my mind and maybe a little interesting for everybody. Buying a car, whether it is new or a used one, involved a lot of physicality. It's been quite some time since I bought my car, but I could not have imagined purchasing it online. I mean, there is a showroom to be visited. You speak to a sales guy, you touch the car, feel it, you check out the interior, smell it, you take it to the mechanic to check, besides a test drive, as to is everything okay, or not. There's so many papers that you have to go through, etc. How have you been? You've of course transformed this entirely. Miraculously, people are now buying a product like a car online, sitting out of their homes, right? And they're very delighted. Your business and the fact that your unicorn clearly establishes that the model is seeing demand, consumption, and appreciation from customers. How have you been able to sustain, replicate the same experience online as such? Can you throw some light on that, please?
Yeah, definitely, Avinash. I think that's a very fundamental and very important question. Sure, I'll be very quick and to the point. So Avinash, so if we just to addressing your question, like if we had asked ourselves, let's say 10 to 15 years ago, right, about everything what we are doing today when it comes to buying online, like people was talking about buying mangoes online or apples online, no mangoes coming from Kolhapur or apple coming from Himachal, right? So if we had asked ourselves at that point of time, we said, how can I touch the fruit and make sure it is good quality, right? How can I smell it so that I know that it's good quality, and then only I will be able to buy it? How can I just buy anything online? And now fast forward 10, 15 years, it's like, everyone is doing it. There's so like, it's become a norm. It has become so common about us buying anything, grocery or everything, what we call it, which currently is very commonly perceived as anyone can buy online. So I think the sensitivity towards, especially about car, comes even more, Avinash, because it is a high ticket item, right? After house, car is the second most, product at which you spend a lot of money on. So sensitivity towards buying is very important, like very critical when it comes to car. That's why, like you slightly said, touch and feel and ensuring everything is good with the car, and it fits the family and everything. So there's a lot of questions, a lot of if and buts comes around it. But what we fundamentally felt that technology has a power to solve everything, just like how it has done the similar kind of advancement in the other categories. And what we felt is, how can we, is the first question to ask ourselves, is it a better thing to do for the customer? Will customer really get value out of it? And when we realize that there is a strong value to be created if we start selling car online, and that value is justified to the customer in monetary terms as well, then this is the business to go for. And after doing a lot of homework and research, we found out it is the better way to go. And the one fundamental shift, if you want any consumer to make, especially with the high involvement category like car, where you would want to make sure everything is good quality, you double down on the quality. You double down on the quality, which means that customer can really blindly trust your brand and what you are selling, where they can be rest assured that whatever they are doing, they would get the best quality possible what they can get. So we double down on the quality as much as we could, and we use the technology at every junction, meaning car has got more than 1,000 moving parts, right? So, and when you are solving anything for scale, you need to make sure you are using the data to analyze where and what is which piece is giving you what kind of trouble, and how can you really eliminate that problem or eliminate that issue before really it gets listed to be sold to the customer. So we leveraged technology, data science, machine learning to eliminate all those potential quality problems which can happen with the car, which was essential for us to really take the entire category online. That's number one problem what we solved. And I think the second, which is again, which is beneficial to the e-commerce category, is selection. I mean, as we talk about it, when it comes to a used car, the selection is very important. Every used car is a different car. You can buy, let's say any Honda City from any new car dealership of any color, whatever you want. But if you talk about in the used car category, you are very much limited by the choices which is available around you, which means maybe 50 or 100 cars or 200 cars is around you, but you would not be able to find the color of your choice within the prices what you're looking for, within the make or model or petrol or diesel, whatever the choice is what you have. So there's always a trade-off. But when you replicate this business model in e-commerce, I don't need to open dealership at each and every city. Considering Maharashtra, I can really build a huge inventory in in a couple of cities and can really serve the entire Maharashtra with that inventory. So I have a huge selection, thousands of cars listed, which a customer would not be able to find anywhere in the offline world. So I think these are the two fundamental shifts which I think we did. Quality was enabler, where you can really trust blindly about buying a car, and the experience should be starkly different. That experience should be a tenfold different than what customer would find otherwise, because that's when the habit change will happen. So that's what we delivered, the quality and the selection. When the customer knows that you can buy online, you can really have an access to the cars. Not only you can see it online, but you don't have access to it, but access of thousands of cars, and the probability of finding that car of your dream when it becomes reality. I think these two added advantage, which are far different from how customer would find it in the real world, really help us transition the behavior of the customer to start buying car online. I think these two things I would like to talk about. I know my time is short, so I really rushed through it.
Yeah, I think very good perspective. Unique model, very well thought through. No wonder it is flourishing and really changing behavior of of this product category in terms of consumption. Gentlemen, Arjun, Gajendra, and Vipul, thank you so much. For me, it was a very engaging, very enriching, very insightful session. Really appreciate you taking the time and fending my questions. I'm going to hand over to you, Rakhi. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us for an interesting session on winning against all odds. It's definitely, that's what you all are doing, the Indian unicorns. So good luck to you. And thank you, Mr. Avinash Deepak sir, for moderating the session. And thank you, Mr. Arjun Mohan sir, Mr. Vipul Parekh sir, and Mr. Gajendra Jangit sir for joining us today for this session. We will now move on to the next panel discussion, which is a technology panel on shaping the digital revolution, the future roadmap. And we have a couple of panelists. Let me introduce them. Our first panelist is Mr. Ninad Raji, who is the Director and CIO of Health Assure. Mr. Ninad Raji is a visionary information technology, healthcare, insurance, and financial services senior leadership professional. He is an information technology, strategy, and operations senior leader with 26 plus years of experience in strategy, governance, innovation, operations, and technology, with demonstrated ability to manage executive level relationships and manage multiple disparate teams. At Health Assure, along with his core portfolio of information technology, he drives the 4 Ps: people, performance, productivity, and profitability, along with customer experience, and is deeply entrenched in growing the organization multifold. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Ninad Rajesh, sir. Our next panelist will be Ms. Sudipta Basu, who is the General Manager Telecom, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. Ms. Sudipta Basu has served for more than 27 years in the flagship organization of the Indian power sector, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. She is working as Head of Telecom, Engineering and Projects and Network Security Division, and has been engaged in conceptualizing to commissioning of state-of-the-art telecom network and cybersecurity related projects. Her responsibility includes planning and designing, including testing, commissioning, and project implementation. She was fortunate to be associated with World Bank funded SCADA and EMS projects of Power Grid since inception to implementation. Recently, she has taken the charge of Telecom Marketing Division at Power Grid. We warmly welcome Ms. Sudipta Basu today. And our next panelist will be Mr. Krishnanjit Roy, who's the Senior Vice President Technology at bankbazaar.com. Mr. Roy has 20 plus years of experience in application design development, production support, infrastructure design, implementing large networks and system architecture for various applications with enterprise security management. He is proficient in scheduling projects to deliver maximum ROI within the shortest time by increasing offshoring and productivity. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Krishnanjit Roy, sir. And we have our last finalist, which is panelist, Mr. Ashok Cherian, who is the CIO of Page Industries Limited. Mr. Ashok Cherian is a digital business transformation enthusiast focused on business-oriented IT leadership, having excelled in diversity ranging from core FMCG consumer goods, building materials, manufacturing, apparel, trading, and retail domains. Mr. Cherian has mastered Malcolm Baldrige, the world-renowned industry-agnostic process excellence model, which enabled him to lead organizational transformation and change. Mr. Cherian has over 26 years of experience with over 14 years as CIO in driving digital strategy, planning operations, infrastructure security, business partnering, and applications with cross-cultural engagements across geographies, including India, USA, UAE, UK, China, Australia, and Hong Kong. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Ashok Cherian, sir, as a panelist. And our chairperson and moderator for today's technology panel discussion is Mr. Harish Agarwal, who's the partner Ernst & Young LLP, and he's also the COO of Ernst & Young India Consulting. Mr. Harish Agarwal is the managing partner for Kolkata and Bangladesh offices of PNY. He's a chartered accountant and a certified information systems auditor. He has led several large engagements within India and abroad. He has launched the software asset management solution at EY and led the teams supporting large software vendors in conducting SAM reviews as well as license compliance reviews. He has set up the IT risk assurance team at EY's Global Delivery Services Center and led it for 5 years. Mr. Agarwal has worked across a broad range of companies in telecom, IT, ITES, and entertainment sectors across several geographies across USA, Europe, and Asia. I warmly welcome our chairperson and moderator, and I welcome the other panelists. Just a little note, Mr. Umesh Mehta was supposed to join the panel, but he just informed us that there's some medical emergency and he could not join today. But we have some 4 great panelists, and I would like to hand over the session the tech panel on shaping the digital revolution, the future roadmap, to our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Harish Agarwal, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Raki. A very warm welcome to all of you at the INFOCOM. The second, I would say, digital version of INFOCOM. I moved to Calcutta about 6 years ago, and I've been attached with INFOCOM since then. And I used to really look forward to the month of December, the first week of December, where I would get to interact with technology leaders from around the country who would visit Calcutta. But for the last 2 years, we've been doing it digitally, and so we shall. And we'll talk about this topic today, shaping the digital revolution, the future roadmap. And one day I was sitting and thinking about what was the single biggest enabler of digital in our lifetime. And maybe my co-panelists will correct me, they will add to this, but my personal experience was the iPhone probably was the single biggest enabler of digital, particularly when it came to consumer, because it impacted so many things. Online mapping would not have been possible if you didn't have a smartphone which was always connected. Social media, the way we use it now, on the go, would not have been possible. Weather, we now look at weather as an unavailable, anytime available thing. Again, very iPhone/smartphone driven. Things like Uber would have never happened if you didn't have an iPhone. Things like the organizations which deliver food to us at home wouldn't have happened if there was no iPhone. And I think this topic will be really on enterprise, and we'll talk about how our co-panelists are seeing digital impact them and their organizations and their surroundings in the enterprise. But on the consumer, at least the answer that in my mind I came up with was 2007, which is when the smartphone was launched, the iPhone was launched. Before that, I think the single biggest impact was really the internet. But since the iPhone, I think the third real biggest enabler of digital has been the current pandemic that we have been living in. It's forced us to do work from anywhere. We've had, I've personally participated in weddings over Zoom. I have participated in Zoom cocktails. And I'm really honestly tired of doing Zoom cocktails, and look forward to pandemic being over. But that probably has been the third biggest enabler, I would say, of the digital revolution in our lifetime. It's significantly changed the way we communicate. It's got its pluses. I think, in the past, Raki would probably struggle to get these luminaries in Calcutta at the same time on the same dais. But digitally, we can now connect with people all over the world, and get them to take out some time. We save time in the travel. So that's the pluses. And before I jump into start asking questions to my panelists, I was looking at some of the priorities that I saw for organizations. And in 2021, the biggest priorities for organizations were teams can collaborate effectively. I think that was the biggest priority for organization in the digital world. But if I see now for 22, they are saying improving operational efficiency, improving productivity, and creating better connected experiences. And then this third one is something that I think all of us as human beings, as social animals, I think we need the need for connectivity. But the other thing that I was reading is what Satya Nadella is calling the Great Reshuffle, or the word that is being used, the Great Resignation. We are all aware that any individual with digital signature, digital experience now is highly mobile, and every organization is having to deal with a huge amount of attrition. And I think organizations are going to work hard at creating better connectivity, whether digital, whether a hybrid, to I think hold on to their workforces. So these are challenges that we expect organizations to grapple with in the next 12 months or so. I look forward to interacting with Ninad, Sudipta, Krishnanjit, and Ashok today. And without further ado, the way I was thinking was, hopefully I would request each of you to just talk about yourself a little bit, give your perspective on how do you see the digital revolution happening out, and then maybe I can ask you a question or two. And then if we have time remaining, we will go to the audience, but we'll see about that. And with that, if I may first invite Sudipta, you to go first and talk about yourself and then your outlook on digital. Hi, Sudipta. Mrs. Basu. You're on mute.
Hello, thank you, Ms. Harish. Ms. Rakhi has already given a brief introduction of myself, so I'm not going to repeat that thing.
Okay. So in that case, let me ask you a question, and then when we go to the next panelist, we'll take it from there. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. How has your organization, which is PowerGrid, transformed digitally during the pandemic? And what are your future plans for accelerating digital in your organization?
Thank you, Mr. Harish. Good afternoon to all of you. It's my great pleasure and privilege to be here. Before moving into your question, let me start with a brief introduction of PowerGrid. PowerGrid Corporation of India is a Maharatna central public sector enterprise. PowerGrid is the fastest growing electric utility in South Asia with a global footprint in 21 countries. PowerGrid has robust protected OPGW connectivity in Pan-India, including the connectivity at cable landing stations at Mumbai and Chennai. I would like to mention that PowerGrid is present in 23 districts of West Bengal through its OPGW network. PowerGrid has increased the reach in West Bengal and Sikkim up to all subdivisional headquarters level and block levels respectively. The telecom presence in Sikkim will be very, very helpful in establishment of digital connect of Sikkim with the rest of the country. Inter-country power transmission lines with seamless OPGW connectivity are already operational in Bangladesh at Kumila and Bheramara, in Bhutan at Galepu and Malbes, and Nepal at Muzaffarpur and Tanakpur. We are keen to provide the alternate routes through Bangladesh to major data centers at Singapore. And we are also keen for protection of northeastern region routes by connecting Kolkata and Agartala through Bangladesh, which will bypass the chicken neck corridor at Siliguri. Actually, PowerGrid is uniquely positioned to connect major demand centers of Bhutan and Nepal and Bangladesh to cable landing station of international connectivity and the big data centers in the India. Now coming to your question, how PowerGrid has digitally transformed during pandemic. We have seen that during pandemic, the major challenge for the entire globe was to sustain the business continuity amongst the lockdown, social distancing, and other challenges. The global crisis caused by the pandemic has pushed PowerGrid further into the digital world. The lockdown across the countries have demanded a rise in use of information systems, networks, with massive changes in the usage patterns and the usage behavior. PowerGrid has always been ready in inculcating, adopting, deploying the latest trends of technology. It is true that pandemic has augmented the need of digital transformation. Our systems and processes have worked through the pandemic, and we have also justified our investment in going digital. During pandemic, access to e-office, ESS, and all ERP and IT applications were made available through our secure virtual private networking, the VPNs, so that the employees can perform their office work securely from home. Cloud storage facility had also been extended to all the employees or users. Now, keeping in view of the technological advancement, PowerGrid has already deployed its digital technology in terms of server virtualization, on-prem cloud, software-defined wide area network, SD-WAN, remote access through MPLS VPNs. We
Ms.
have
Basu,
also,
if I may, all of these things I'm sure you would have had it before the pandemic. What did you do new during the pandemic?
Yeah, because we have introduced this DDoS, distributed denial of service threat mitigation, during pandemic only.
Okay, so you
So
rolled it
we
out
have
during the pandemic.
secured, yeah, we have secured the clean pipe services, secured DNS authoritative as well as the recursive for safety and security of our internet customers. And information technology, and particularly the secured internet, was the main vital during the pandemic scenario. We as a telecom service provider, we met all the needs of our customer, and satisfaction of the customers are our main objective. At the COVID time, where the movement of site engineers were very much restricted, the works were entirely operated remotely with the help of our remote access system. Field engineers, dependency of field engineers as sites, POPs, these are drastically reduced with implementation of virtualization at our DC and disaster recovery center. So Power Grid heavily relies on its IT network and the telecom network, which have been extended to all remote sites, all regional headquarters and other offices for carrying out their day-to-day work, and online video conferencing, online meetings, accessing enterprise email, web portal, all we have made accessible through secure VPNs over internet. The pace has increased. We have used that even the telepresence tools also to conduct the meetings of our board of directors. So we have collaborated with our customers, contractors, regulators, stakeholders digitally. And we are believe that the most important investment is the continuously skilling of our workforce. We have continued to meet all the training requirements of the employees, in-house trainings, specialized training, certification trainings, all were done through the online mode. So we can say that this early investment in digitization has helped us in the business continuity and resilience during the pandemic.
Fantastic. I think who says elephants can't dance? You know, a huge organization like Power Grid has rolled out so many new technologies and trained its workforce digitally during the pandemic. What a great story, ma'am. But with that, if I may move on to Ninad. Ninad, if I may call on you, Director and CIO Health Assured. If I may, ask you to talk about how do you see digital evolving over the few years. And then my question to you is, how do you see automation affect our future? You know, how do we upskill our workforce to make them succeed in the digital and the automation age?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Harish, and thank you, INFOCOM, for having us here, inviting us. Well, it's been a fruitful day, and I've been hearing to all the panelists here a very insightful information, knowledge sharing session. To answer your question, Harish, automation, how is automation going to kind of help today, tomorrow as well? Is automation the future? The answer is absolutely a resounding yes. Automation is here, automation is going to stay, and automation is going to kind of change our lifestyles, the way we live, whether it's from the corporate perspective, whether it's from the individual perspective as well. For example, I mean, whatever work that we were doing for the past like 5 years earlier, we are now kind of banking heavily on automations, tools like RPA, which is going to kind of take over very, very soon. The other aspect is automation, how it's going to change the way we operate. So from that perspective, automation is going to certainly help us in terms of making our jobs easier, the way we stay, way we live. From the corporate standpoint, I mean, on a daily basis, we are currently looking at robotics coming into picture, RPAs coming into picture, bots have been implemented, and that is making our lives very, very easier. Does it mean that automation is going to take away the mundane activities? Yes, certainly so. Does it also mean that it is going to take away humans from their jobs? Certainly not, because it's going to kind of augment the humans in terms of their jobs. How do we upskill our workforce as of now from the automation perspective? It's pretty simple. Also, as well as it's pretty complex as well, because we have to constantly retrain ourselves, constantly be on the lookout of what next, and how do we kind of make sure that we learn from what we were and from the robotic processes that are coming forward too. There are so many learning avenues that have come on in terms of, if you look at the IITs, they have already kind of migrated from the age-old doctrine of learning processes to the digital technologies, so from that perspective, certainly it is going to help us in terms of upskilling ourselves. The other aspect is, I mean, I can talk for our organization itself. We have been kind of partnering with top technology institutes in India and overseas as well, wherein we keep sort of sending our workforce for upskilling. And the feedback from these employees when they come back to us is phenomenal in terms of the way these technologies have adopted and migrated themselves from the old age doctrine to the new age technological learning processes. For a simple example, in RPA and AI as well. Earlier, we never used to find any AI programs, AI learning programs in any kind of institutes. Now, if you look at it, there are so many AI programs, certification programs that are being run by the topmost institutes in India, and of course in overseas as well. That itself makes sure and tells us that I think we are ready for the next phase in terms of upskilling our workforce in terms of the latest technologies, whether it's RPA, whether it's AI, whether it is cloud, or even robotics. So I think future is good. Future is very, very bright. And I think we are going to work in tandem with the entire robotics processes which are coming up. So humans are going to be augmented by the AI and the RPA technologies that we see currently. Back to you, Harish.
But if I may, it's also if you don't upskill, I was talking to the guy who used to help me with physical training before pandemic. He didn't upskill himself and he didn't use technology, and he lost customers. And then we've also seen people who do yoga instructors or even physical instructors. They just went online, and now they just put a camera at home, and they can reach a much wider audience. So to your point, upskilling people is going to be critical. Otherwise, one person can do the task of something that in the pre-digital world maybe thousands of people would do.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely bang on. And that is something which is absolutely required. Change is constant, and change is something which is required to be adopted by everybody, whether it is the people who are training or the people who are getting trained. And that's where the upskilling comes into picture. I think you used a very pertinent example in terms of the fitness trainers, wherein during the pandemic itself, they found themselves without any training exercises and without any customers, right? So they went online. And a very typical example is, since I come from the healthcare industry, and as we know, the healthcare industry is was fully sort of inclined towards in-person consultations. The doctors used to kind of treat their patients whilst they are talking to them, whilst in person physically, right? And from that particular situation, now the doctors have, whether it's forcibly, but they have to adopt themselves in going online. So there was a sea change in the medical and the healthcare industry, wherein everybody is kind of making a beeline towards digital, and the age-old doctrine of physical examination is probably now augmented by teleconsultancy, telehealth, and so on and so forth. There is an absolute leap which the healthcare industry has taken in this particular perspective. So yes, upskilling themselves, whether it's the fitness trainers, whether it is the medical practitioners, and also whether it's the customers and patients, all have joined the bandwagon. Like I said, forcibly, but then I think this is now the future.
So digital is here to stay, and adapt or die. That's the language we're going to hear. Anyways, moving on from health to banking, Krishenjit, Senior VP Technology at bankbazaar.com. Welcome, sir. Look forward to hearing your perspectives on how the digital revolution is affecting us. And the question that I would have on top of that for you would be, how should CIOs or CDOs deal with the quantum of data that is being generated now, by the digital revolution? And also, how can you use that data to further improve your business?
Thanks, Harish. Good afternoon, everyone. So Bank Bazaar is an online marketplace for, it's a neutral online marketplace for all financial products. So if you're looking for a loan or a credit card, you can come to a site, you can compare, and then we will, based on your demographics, we'll recommend a certain product for you, but you have the choice of picking the product that suits your need, and we will complete that in a digital and paperless manner. So digital is the footprint on which we are born. So and with VKYC, it's extended all the more. Digital is the basis on which we are growing today. So to answer your question, Harish, digital transformation has taken the industry by storm. Okay, so it's been one of the most critical initiative driving organizational success. Um, in this post-pandemic, the response is all, as you rightly said, it's all going to be about data. So new types of data are going to be created. How you process that data will be important. In our case also, like in Bank Bazaar, consumer behavior has completely changed. The new normal is that consumers don't want to go to a particular place, hand over different documents, nor do they want anyone to come to their place, right? To pick up documents and stuff. Consumers wants contactless and access to credits. So we feel that digital and paperless is the way to go, right? So this possesses several challenges for CIOs and people like us, and now we've been called not CIOs but more chief data officers, right? So it's very important that how we utilize and manage this data. So some of the key things that we do is data quality, data integrity. That's become very important. How do we do data governance? Also, especially about data privacy. How do you take care of the data security aspect of it? So first of all, what we need to do is we need to define a culture so that the data understanding and the data management, that's the key part. We can so what we have done is we have created golden records for collection purposes with golden record access control. We have defined good enterprise reporting. We use self service reporting tools. Also, we have created data dictionaries to make sure that functioning of data governance and identity management is taken care of. But it's very important to educate, evangelize, and also tell story of data success to your users, right? Only then the adoption will happen. Also, in order to digitally transform, what businesses are today doing is they are in the process of becoming more data efficient, and businesses are constantly moving their servers to the cloud. While cloud is definitely more efficient and faster and safer, but there is no guarantee of absolute data security. And also in the banking and financial sector like us, it's becoming more attractive to attackers. So hence, monitoring of this data, governing the enterprise data is very important. We also need to enable data usability, availability, and efficiency. So all the required tools and practices should be there in order to protect data. So data is very important, and we need to make sure that we manage it and control it well.
So, and I'm going to make a joke here. So, while you can work from home during the digital age, you can also steal from anywhere in the digital age. And so that, the person who could earlier rob a bank had to come into a bank with a gun or a knife. Now that, and had to be physically present in the bank. Now that guy could be in any part of the world and come into the network using, just skills, just technology skills. So that is something that you really have to watch out for.
Absolutely.
And we heard of so many cyber crime stories during the pandemic. Thankfully, I think people have really matured. Organizations have matured in the last few months, and they've taken action. Because within EY, I actually come from the cyber background, and work with clients on cyber, and we heard quite a few of those stories during I would say, the beginning of the pandemic.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's
But
increased multifolds.
yes, yes, yes. So we heard from Krishnanjit the need for data integrity, the need for data security. Cloud adoption has gone through the roof. Monitoring of data, watching your network is, I think these things have become, I would say, hygiene rather than, nice to have things. And I think you just have to keep tightening this as you go. Okay, we'll move on. Last but not the least, Mr. Cherian, Ashok Cherian, welcome, sir. CIO, Page Industries. Now your challenges are slightly different from Ninad's and Krishanjit's. Both of them fulfill digitally. In your case, the fulfillment is physical. So your challenges would also be slightly different. So my question to you is, as the CIO role continues to expand and as technology evolves, how should these CIOs be better prepared or better equipped to lead the function and enable the business? And I'm going to throw in one example here. In the case of Bank Bazaar or Health Assure, like I said, the entire life cycle is digital, and they're already there. But in your case, something like 3D technology may come in 2, 3, 5 years time, whereby your customers might say, just ship me the design, I'm going to print it, fit it to my size and print it. And this is something which will probably start hitting your organization and similar organization where today the fulfillment is not digital. So hence the question, as the role as the CIO/CDO, and CDO means digital and data, continues to expand and technology evolves, how should these folks better equip themselves?
Thanks. Nice to be part of this panel. In fact, while yes, my direct fulfillment or the manufacturing may not be sort of digital, but end of the day, digital is a very essential part of any organization in that sense that there are no more. I mean, the scene is not like they were traditional organization and they are digitally born in the cloud. What do you call technology organization? Actually, that is actually fading, I would say. I mean, it is really becoming imperative for any organization to become more digitally sort of savvy, to become more digital in everything what they do, if they need to sustain and foster. And that's my belief, and that's what is actually happening. So for us also, we have really, going in the same path. Just to come to your question, I think, we heard enough on, and I also strongly feel that, digital is going to be a key differentiator, and data is the new oil, and we all know that. And we have talked enough on that, but so because of all these factors, the CIO role is actually really changing, and it is not that this pandemic has really forced it. As I see, it is that change has really started a while ago, maybe around 5 to 7 years now. It is really changing, and the only thing what the pandemic has done is accelerate the change, maybe because the various pressures which is mounting on the business is actually getting passed on to digital capability build and all that, which they want fast, agile and quick. So I think the whole role is really changing and transforming, I would say. Earlier IT used to be a sort of support function, or the CIO used to be a functional leader. Now I think it is imperative that a CIO becomes a strategic business leader. He has to eat, drink and talk business, and technology less, because today technology is sort of becoming, I'm sorry to say, it is becoming more commoditized. There are a lot of options. You have to pick and choose. Obviously you need to have the skills to pick and choose and govern. I agree, but if you don't know your business, and if you don't are not able to sort of connect it, and if you're not able to add business value, then you are actually really failing in what you are actually trying to do. That's the way the CIO role is evolving, as I very clearly see. And obviously it has gone beyond the traditional the cost takeout, or the automation and things like that is actually becoming it is now almost done. If you really look at it, most of the companies, depending on the maturity and the digital savviness, they have different stages, but it is almost done. Now it's time to transform it into a core driver to sort of get more business value. So it is, how do we get more digital products introduced? How do we actually leverage data? How do we actually define a data strategy? How do we define let's say a data value chain? All that. How do we really synergize various data points? How do we really make differentiated capabilities for the business and even products for the business, leveraging the data? Okay, so that is where the whole thing is coming in, and it's actually a transformation, and it's not no more a sort of a disjointed transformation. It is today the opportunity is humongous, because if you really look at it, as I see, the ecosystem has also evolved. The technology is supporting us, the networks are supporting us, the infrastructure is supporting us, and there is no better time to be a CIO. And because there are so much of opportunities, you got to just connect the dots and move things in such a way that the business is kind of getting the differentiation out of all these things. So I see the role, it is actually getting reimagined. It is the role has to actually set a new sort of path for the IT function as such in the organization. It has to sort of reinvent the tech delivery, just get into more fast and agile mode of delivery and things like that. How do we become more flexible? How do we become more how do we ensure that we collaborate with the business in a much better and much faster main in one side. Another side, how do we sort of establish very forward-looking tech partnership with partners, and so that the whole ecosystem is sort of connected from end to end. And then obviously, how do we future-proof the organization? As we have sort of touched based on things like security, cyber security. How do we build modular platforms? How do we bring in flexible architecture? All that. So it is all getting more and more important, because as the business criticality increases, so the whole thing becomes very, very, very fragile. If something goes wrong with the digital capabilities and digital architecture and things like that, the organization's business continuity is at stake. So as one side we progress, the other side you have to actually be looking at the future and seeing that the business continuity is also sort of taken care. So I mean, in a nutshell, if I need to just summarize, you need to really become a business leader who understands the business nuances, and not just become a support function or an enabling function, but to become a driver in terms of coming up with your own ideas and thoughts, and to complement the discussions, and not just be a sort of executioner, and be partnering with the business right from the beginning, from the conception. Even for conceptualizing, you can be a partner. So I think that is where the whole role is changing, and as I see, it's going to become even more sort of profound as things become more digital, and the capabilities and the differentiation and the businesses become more sort of addicted, or sort of become very, very embraced with digital.
Thank you so much, Ashok. I think what I really took away from what you said is that the CIO or the CDO is no longer a support function, but really a full business partner, with a who's really enabling the business using data. And then I think what's being helpful is the ecosystem has really evolved in the terms of availability of technology, availability of bandwidth, availability of cloud. I think these have really helped us use technology, and it's really more about putting it together. I just had, I think, couple of comments. Audience, if you would like to ask one or two questions, if you could type in the chat box. We have maybe 5 more minutes, and I can read out if it's pertinent. Meanwhile, I'm going to ask just one question to all of you. Open question, and I would like to take your feedback on that. Is work from anywhere here to stay? How do we hold on to our workforce and improve them during this work from anywhere situation? And Ashok, since you are holding the baton, maybe you would like to go first.
Yeah, okay. So I think the work from anywhere is going to stay. I feel so. but obviously not for this. The way it is going to be done is going to be different, because it's not going to be like, okay, from my perspective, let me tell, we are operating still today from home. From the last 2000, what do you call, 20 March, even today we are working from home. So because we have a very robust, sort of network and a robust sort of system supporting the whole thing, so we are able to deliver everything remotely and support everything. So, but then there are companies are at different stages, and different type of companies have got different needs. I do understand that the manufacturing guys have to go to some manufacturers. So, but then still, I feel that it's going to be a hybrid model which is going to be emerging, and that will be really interesting. And especially with the new millennials coming to sort of play, and as they take over from us, as we sort of give the mantle to them, they will be really taking it to the next level. I think that's my view.
Krishnanjit?
There are questions from the audience.
Raki,
can I?
You're saying something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the question. There are a couple of questions from the audience. Firstly, there's a startup business provider. This is a question from Mr. Sudip Pajumdar in the audience. He's asking that he has a startup business doing online marketing services for handicrafts made in Bengal. What is the basic IT infrastructure that he can do to help his business to go online? Any inputs?
Well, it is a very generic question. The answer need not be one. There could be many. He could just list himself in Amazon and be there, available to everyone, anyone.
Yeah. So one of the beauty of the cloud is that it's a pay per use, right? So you don't have to have a huge investment that you had to have earlier. So earlier you had to put up servers, you have to put hosting, you have to buy internet. All those things are gone. Today with the cloud, you can do it anytime. Just use your credit card and you are up and running. You have servers online, you've got the internet connection, everything. Pick up and choose any cloud provider for whichever is works for you, and then you can pay as you grow. You can increase your footprint as you grow. So it's very simple today, much simpler than what it used to be way back.
So you're basically saying that one doesn't need to invest so much in all the assets. Everything is available. Absolutely. And the entire infrastructure is now available on cloud, and it's a good setup for SMEs to get into this business. That Absolutely. Is how most of the people are getting into their own businesses. Yep. So the next question is to Mr. Krishnanjit Roy. It is on in digital revolution, how crypto is being accepted by Indian government and how this will map the blockchain business in India.
So it's too early to kind of say how the government will react to crypto. As of now, I don't think so. The necessary, setup is in place in order to kind of, I mean, people are interacting in crypto, and they are doing a lot of businesses in crypto. But from a usability perspective and how the government will react to it, I think it is too early. There have been some signals that crypto might become a challenge to the regular currency, so that there could be some restrictions on that. But yeah, it enables you to kind of do interaction borderless. So there's a lot of advantages of crypto, but it's too early for us to kind of say how the government is going to react to a crypto.
All right. One more question, sir. I think we have time for one more question. Is if you had to identify top 5 priorities for CIOs, now that we are getting out of the pandemic and moving into the next era, if you could just list 5 priorities.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else answer. I've already answered 2 questions, so maybe some Ninad or Sudipta can answer that.
Yeah, let me take a stab at it. I mean, the first and foremost priority coming out of pandemic, now that everything is digital, everything is online, data security is the prime sort of importance and criticality. It is the topmost priority for any sort of business, whether it is banking, whether it is healthcare, whether it is sort of trading and so on and so forth. That remains the first, certainly the first priority. The second priority is obviously in terms of making sure that everything is available online. Gone are the days of course, it depends on the type of business that we are or industry that one is in. However, online presence is absolutely important. And from that standpoint, whatever we had in terms of offline needs to be migrated to the online. So that's the second most priority. The third most priority, in my opinion, certainly is extremely innovative and spot on customer experience. In today's day and age, everything revolves around customer experience. If there is no customer experience, not appropriate, the customers then have several other avenues, certain or other alternatives and options. At a blink of an eye, the customers would kind of go about acting their sort of other alternatives as well. So that's the third most priority in terms of the customer experience. The fourth priority is in terms of analytics and data science. If one has to improve and improvise their products and make sure that they are up there and differentiate themselves, they have to kind of look up to the data science analytics to make sure that the new products come into picture, trends are identified, making sure that the customers are well researched and the needs and requirements and wants are more researched. And that's typical example is, of course, the AI which Amazon or Google sort of adopts and have implemented. It's all about making sure how do we know the customer. So the fourth priority is obviously about knowing the customer and their priorities as well. And of course, the fifth priority is about the business itself from the technology standpoint. And as Ashok mentioned earlier as well, technologists are no more technologists. They have to be business oriented. They have to kind of make sure that they change themselves into business partners. And that's where the synergy between the technologists and the business comes into picture. In terms of everybody nowadays knows, most of them knows technology, if you really ask me, because infra is already available at a touch of a click of a button. So that's where the technology business orientation comes into picture, wherein almost everybody has to kind of make themselves oriented towards and inclined towards business. So those are the five priorities that come to my mind, at least, and I hope that helps the entire audience to understand how to go about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think it was really a pleasure, and I think great questions from the audience. My co-panelists, thank you so much for joining us today. Sudipta, Ashok, Krishnanjit, and Ninad. It was absolutely wonderful and delightful talking to you today, and I hope to look forward to you in a physical form next year at the INFOCOM. Till then, thank you so much. See you soon. Thank you, Raki.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Sudipta ma'am, for joining us. I'd like to thank the chairperson, Mr. Harish Agarwal, sir, for moderating the session and taking time out of his really busy schedule to do this for us at INFOCOM. It's been a pleasure to have you, sir. And I thank all the other panelists, Mr. Nina Rajesh, sir, Mr. Krishnanjit Roy, sir, Mr. Ashok Cherian, sir, and Ms. Sudipta Basu. That was the technology panel. We will now move on to the next session, which is the keynote on digital transformation at Bharat Gas, Easing Lives. And our keynote speaker is Ms. Mona Srivastava. She is the Chief Digital Officer, LPG Business, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. A little bit about Ms. Mona Srivastava. She is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of diverse work experience. In a career that has spanned around 30 years, Ms. Srivastava has successfully handled challenging assignments that range from acquiring new business for Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited in uncharted domains to ensuring channel partner acquisition, retention, and taking care of their personal development. She was in front-end roles in the business of LPG and has successfully managed the customers and channel partners across large geographical areas. Having spent around 27 years in this domain, which also saw her playing key roles in implementation of government policies for the benefit of the Indian populace, Ms. Srivastava now takes care of the digital business for LPG business unit and ensures a rich and meaningful social media presence for her business across the country. She has contributed to bring Bharat Gas across all digital payment platforms in the country, thereby fulfilling the vision of moving towards a cashless society, fostering transparency and easing lives. We warmly welcome you, Ms. Mona Srivastava, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, for the interesting keynote on digital transformation at Bharat Gas, easing lives.
Hi, greetings to all. This is Mona Srivastava from Bharat Petroleum, LPG Division, Mumbai. And I'm so excited to be here at the 20th edition of INFOCOM 2021. So I'm going to share few things from what we are doing at Bharat Gas for easing lives for our customers. You see, this whole story began way back in 13-14. And if you ask me that what is the meaning of technology? Why a business should adapt digital journeys, digital transformations? I have only one answer. Are we solving any problems for our customers? The digital solutions that we are going to adapt, are they going to make life easier for customers, for our channel partners, for our delivery agents? So these were the questions in front of us before we started the journey of adapting new means, ways, and living of life. And if you ask me that what was the biggest pain point for LPG customers, it was that this was the age when a customer would have to call his distributor and book a gas for himself, herself. And the most frequent the feedback from the customers were that they found it so difficult to reach to our distributors. And that were the time when the IVRS technology was just developing. It was finding more and more adaptations into various sectors, whether railways or so many other sectors. So at Bharat Gas also we started working towards this, and when this all began, it was little muddled up. Initially, you had so many telecom operators and various telecom circles, and you had to dial up a state specific or a telecom operator a specific number to get onto the IVRS network. But in 15-16, this entire scenario changed, and Bharat Gas came up with one unique all India number for the IVRS, and customer had to just save this number. We partnered with Airtel. Airtel really worked hard with us. We worked hand in hand, and we could implement this common number across all telecom circles in the country. So as of now, we have two numbers, one for the backup and the one number, where if a customer who is registered with us at Bharat Gas comes up and dials it, so he would be prompted prompted to make a booking for his refill. And this IVRS is in multiple languages, in 13+1 language, so to say. And we record the preference language of the customer. And all the data is there in the backend. It's fetched from the backend. So once a customer lands on the IVRS, second time he just has to press one button that is at one click, and his work is done. but sounds simple enough. But it wasn't. The journey wasn't that simple. Uh, the customers, they would say ki, Arey, they were used to coming to our distributorships. They were used to asking questions ki maine aaj booking ki hai, when am I going to get my cylinder, in how many days it will come. So the initial feedback, the earlier adaptations to this were quite slow, in fact. And the customers would say ki it is all one way. I don't get to ask any questions. But slowly the customers realized the beauty of the system. It was available 24/7. It was at just a click of a phone. You don't need to go out anywhere. You don't have to stand in queues. You don't have to keep dialing at a distributorship again and again. So this was just the beginning. And then we went on to introduce another a very user-friendly service, particularly for our rural customers. And this was a missed call service. So there is a number, and you just give a missed call, and in the back end, your gas is booked, and it will reach you. So, these two technologies have really solved a lot many pain points in the lives of our customers. And then we have embarked upon another program this year. Again, we have partnered it with Airtel, which is outbound dialing. For this, we are doing based on our database and analytics. What we are doing is that we find out that who are the customers who are likely to run out of gas, and we are ourselves dialing the customers and telling them that we understand that you are running out of gas, and we would be doing this booking on your behalf. And in case you don't need it, you can, press this button and let us know. So this too also has been getting a very good response. We are getting good feedbacks from the customers, and we are indeed thankful to Airtel for partnering these technologies with us. And this has really made lives easy for our customers. So, and then the next big thing which we adopted and was the digital payments. The digital payment story is also very exciting. In 2019, just to give you a perspective, in 2019, our digital payments, okay, before that, I'll just give you some background on the numbers. So today, Bharat Gas is having roughly 8.5 crore customers, and we reach 13 lakh households. Spread from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, our delivery boys are stepping into 13 lakh or so households on daily basis. And this is serviced by a strong network of 6,500 distributors, of which more than half are in the rural areas. And we have reached quite close to the customer. The last mile connectivity has really improved in last few years, thanks to the very ambitious network expansion program that we have undertaken, particularly in rural areas. So the last mile connectivity is good. So, so the digital payments in 2019, to give you an idea, it was just less than 2% of our total deliveries that we were doing in a day. From there to today, we have really come a long way. And today we are more than 30% payments are happening. We could shift the customers from cash. LPG deliveries were primarily cash-based deliveries. So what we did there, again, a very, very exciting story. And in 2019, we just started talking to Amazon. People were, the smartphones were proliferating, and people were learning the new way of life through the online purchases and all that. So we thought that why not Bharat Gas payments on the Amazon platform. And so we were the first one in the industry to start something called Pay and Book. And we gave the tagline that payment is the new booking. So once you have paid, you need not book again. So you could pay for your Bharat Gas refill on the Amazon platform. Booking is done in the background, and the cylinder would reach you. And this was really liked by our customers. And there also, once you have done the payment on the Amazon platform, your details are there. Next time, it is just 2 clicks. So from all the jhanjat of the booking, we moved to 2-click payments and booking. So this was no less than a revolution in the LPG industry. And after that, we just went on to be there on all the digital payment platforms. We are there on Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay. With NPCI, we did a lot of work, and we made some exciting use cases. And in February 20, we came onto the Bharat Bill Pay BBPS platform. And we found that soon the BBPS platform became very popular through the PhonePe and Google Pay. And now quite a large number of transactions are happening. Just to give you a perspective, that almost 10% of the transactions are happening through the various online platforms. We are there on with the banks under their bill payment sections. So today, possibly the Bharat Gas Pay and Book is available across all the digital payment platforms, apart from our own website and our own app, the Hello BPCL app. So and we found that the customers adapted this. They found it user friendly, and we made sure that the digitally paid refills are reaching timely to the customers, and they have a smooth experience. So the entire digital journey, and then we did a lot of things in the backend also to spruce up our supply chain and logistics. There also we brought various technologies to improve our entire logistic chain. And so while we worked on the front end and the back end, and our IT team is very agile and very quick to respond to any kind of changes that might be needed. Just to give you a perspective, one more very challenging project that we fulfilled was that last year during the corona pandemic, when everything was shut down, but Bharat Gas was reaching its customers. Our front-end warriors, our delivery agents, our network, our officers, they were all out there and ensuring that the kitchen supplies are in no way affected. LPG is an essential commodity, and we were fully aware of our responsibilities and were committed to reaching Bharat Gas to each and every customer who needed it. And that was the time definitely which our digital payments got a very big boost. We introduced on the door QR payments also. So you had to just scan, and we said that corona se bachna hai to cash bhi nahi chuna hai. So that was a good campaign that we ran. Got a lot of good feedbacks even from hinterlands, interiors, rural areas also. Customers used QR payment methods, giving boost to our digital payment basket. And so so during the corona times, one very challenging project which came our way was that we had to deliver 3 free refills to the Ujjwala customers under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. And the mandate was that this refill delivery had to happen through a OTP based delivery, because we had to make sure that the cylinder is reaching to the correct beneficiary. Now, the LPG deliveries happen in a very typical manner. They are not spread throughout the day uniformly. Early morning, when the godowns are opened, typically within an hour or two, the delivery agents are onto the road, and by first half, the endeavor is to finish off the deliveries, because you have to bring back the empties to the godown. And then this whole process in the back end of updating our software as to whom all we have supplied today. So this OTP generation had to happen in a very small window, and we needed very robust technology for that. And again, we partnered with Airtel. Rather, we fell back upon them to help us to fulfill this challenging task. And we found that their technology was really, the platform was robust enough to shoot large number of OTPs in a very small span of time. And with their help, overnight we implemented this project. We built the OTP generating capacity into our last mile app, which the delivery boy is carrying with him to deliver the cylinders. And we could fulfill the mandate of the government, and could reach the people in the manner it was intended. So the digital, the entire digital story is about with the customer at the center, and solving the pain points of the customer. And we have some very exciting plans built up ahead. In the digital payment, we are building a very exciting story. We are experimenting with voice-based digital payment through a feature phone. So we are bringing technology where we would enable a customer who is not having internet, who doesn't have a smartphone, will still be able to do pay and book using a feature phone. And this is again with the help of NPCI that we have developed this use case. Bona Technologies has helped us to implement this. And since it is built on a very secure payment platform, we are quite confident that this is going to be the future of the digital payments. So this indeed, the journey is very exciting, and I'm very lucky. I feel that I'm very lucky to be at Bharat Gas right now, in the middle of it, implementing, planning, envisioning all the technologies which will ease life for our customers. Once again, it was a great being here, and thank you for your patient listening. I'm indeed grateful. Thank you. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for that interesting keynote and session on the digital transformation at Bharat Gas, which is on easing lives. And we will move on to the next session, which is a leadership keynote by Professor Soumitra Datta. The keynote is on inclusive digital acceleration and innovation. Professor Soumitra Datta is a professor of management at the Samuel Curtis Johnson Graduate School of Management at Cornell University, New York. He is also the founder and president of Portulans Institute, a Washington, D.C. based non-partisan, non-profit institute focused on research and outreach on technology and innovation. Previously, he was the founding dean of the Cornell S.C. Johnson College of Business and the 11th Anne and Elmer Linsett Dean of the Samuel Curtis Johnson Graduate School of Management. Prior to July 2012, he was the Roland Berger Chaired Professor of Business and Technology at INSEAD and the founding director of eLab, a center of excellence in the digital economy. Soumitra Datta, sir, brings a unique perspective on business and technology strategy in a global world with a PhD in artificial intelligence and computer science from the University of California at Berkeley. Professor Datta brings a deep grounding in data sciences and advanced technologies. He has spent more than 3 decades of his career in leading business schools across the Atlantic in INSEAD and Cornell University, wherein he has conducted extensive research in and consulted with leading global firms on building effective technology and innovation strategies. We are deeply honored to have Professor Soumitra Datta amongst us today. I now hand over the session to Professor Datta for his keynote on inclusive digital acceleration and innovation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rakhi, for your kind words of introduction. I'm indeed delighted to be taking part in INFOCOM this year, and a very warm welcome to all delegates today for this presentation. As Rakhi mentioned, I spent about 3 decades of my professional career looking at issues of technology and society, technology and competitiveness. And I wanted to share with you some work that I have been doing actually for the last 2 decades around this theme of network readiness. So what does it actually mean for societies, for companies, for countries to be more ready for this networked era that we're living in today? This piece of research is called the Network Readiness Index. And we just released the 2021 edition of the report yesterday. So I just thought it'll be very timely if I share the results with you and some of the key findings from the study with you. The next slide, please. So my presentation has 3 parts. So I will first talk about the notion of network readiness. I will talk to you about the rankings and some of the key findings from this year's study. And of course, I will conclude with some key messages and takeaways. The document, the report, summarizing the report, the results is shown on the right-hand side. And I encourage you to, in fact, go and search for it online. And essentially, you can download the report for free, download the data, analyze different countries. We have more than 130 countries covered in this report. The next slide, please. So let me begin with the first part of the presentation is what is the NRI? The next slide, please. So this is a good, let's say, starting point. Now, I must tell you that we started on this journey in 2002 at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. And in 2002, the World Economic Forum convened a group of experts to try to think about what is the framework that we can use for thinking about technology and its impact on societies and governments. In 2002, we came up with the first model of NRI, which was, I would say, looking backwards, quite far-sighted, because in 2002, we included aspects about the societal aspects, the governmental aspects, the regulation aspects, which in 2002, no one was thinking about. The thinking then was really around bits and bytes and PC penetration and so on. Now, over the years, we have also evaluated and modeled the impact of technology in different ways. And about 3 years ago, we did another major overhaul of the NRI model to reflect some of the current priorities. The model is shown on the right-hand side. So if you have 4 pillars out there: technology, people, governance, and impact. And the basic premise behind the model is very simple, is that we need to combine technology and people with the right governance structure to have the right impact on society and on lives. Now, what you will notice out here in this model is that we have a number of, let's say, usual features like, let's say, technology access, technology content, the aspect of people and governments and societies. But also what we have is a number of interesting aspects that are highlighted much more. Under governance, you will see the notion of trust, inclusiveness, very, very important these days. Under impact, you will see not just economic impact, but also quality of life and the SDG goals, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Under technology, you will see future technologies, because today is not just a question of access to basic technology. What we're finding is that countries that are investing more in future leading edge technologies like AI are actually doing much better in many ways. So this model has 4 pillars. We have 12 sub-pillars and we use 60 indicators. Again, I will not go through the details of all the indicators, but I can tell you that this piece of work is the longest standing global technology index today that we have. It has been used by many, many countries, including the government of India, to think about and to analyze the nation's technology strategy. And I encourage you to actually look at the model by downloading the report and reading about it in more detail. The next slide, please. Now, one of the issues which we focused on this year's report is really the notion of what kind of a recovery are we headed for? Are we headed for a K-shaped recovery in which after the sharp decline at the start of the pandemic, now we're coming out and there's a certain segment of companies, certain segment of countries that are going back very fast, and a certain segment of society, certain segment of the countries who are not in fact progressing that fast, and we have a sort of division across them, the K-shaped curve on the left-hand side. Or in fact, are we heading towards a more V-shaped recovery in which everyone progresses and everyone benefits from it? Now, that's a big question mark before all of us. And in many ways, technology is part of the solution, also part of the problem, incidentally. Because what is happening is the companies and the countries that are investing more in technology are in fact going faster up on the upward V-shaped curve of the recovery. The companies and the countries that are not investing more in technology are the ones that are probably lagging behind. But at the same time, what we know is that technology is critical. It's critical for being able to create that kind of V-shaped recovery. We will have to use technology for key areas like education, health, and other kinds of aspects linked to human development. And we know that, for example, we'll never have enough teachers, enough doctors, enough people to handle all the different aspects of societal growth and societal development. So technology will have to play a key role. So I think the key question for us in terms of looking forward is what kind of a recovery are we looking for? Of course, we want all societies, all countries to progress. And out there, technology will have to play a key role, especially given the digital acceleration we have seen during the pandemic. The next slide, please. So now I'll talk to you about the 2021 rankings. Now, keep in mind that these rankings are relative rankings. Relative rankings showing how are different societies progressing on this network readiness. And keep in mind also that network readiness is measured by those 4 pillars. So it's not just only technology or data speeds or data costs, which is one part of technology, content, and access. We're looking at the overall picture of how a society is ready, how a country is ready to deploy technology and use it to a positive impact. The next slide, please. So here you see in our results, the NRI 2021 rankings. And you see Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, USA to be in the top 4 positions. If you look at the top 10 countries out here, what you see is that essentially it is all high-income economies. And you have a mix of countries from Europe, which dominates the Americas, and of course, Asia Pac, with Singapore there, position number 7. Now, what is interesting, of course, is this causality correlation sort of paradox or the challenge between this finding that we see that usually high-income economies dominate these tables or rankings. In fact, all the top 25 are high-income economies. And that's where the issue becomes one of trying to understand better, is it because they are more wealthy and more rich that they're able to invest more in leading edge technologies and digitalization of the economies? Or is it the fact that they have chosen to digitalize the economies explicitly, and that has in fact created the wealth in those economies? And this is something which is a very key question about, chicken and egg kind of a story. And you have examples of success stories both ways. Finland, ranked number 5 out here, was an economy based on natural resources for a long time. And then in 1989, they went through a national transformation, a determined move to invest more in knowledge economy technology. And 20 years later, 30 years later, they are one of the leading tech nations. So Finland was not a tech nation. It chose to invest in technology and became that way. If you compare, for example, Europe and America, Europe in general, if you look at some countries, leaving aside the leading countries out here, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of Central Eastern European countries do not do as well. And the key difference between these Central Eastern European countries and other European countries in America is that these American and the Western or Scandinavian nations invest much more in technology. So is it a question of choice that they're making of investing more in technology? So that issue of correlation causation is a very complex one. But the good news out here is that some countries like China and Malaysia are in fact upper middle income economies that are coming closer. So China is ranked 29 this year, so coming closer to the top 25, and Malaysia is ranked number 38. Now, if you look at, for example, the next slide, please. So if you look at, for example, the rankings by pillar, what you see is an interesting sort of collection of nations leading on each dimension. The observation that I would make out here is that even though the USA leads on technology, the USA does not necessarily lead on the other dimensions. And this is the reason why the USA is not necessarily ranked number 1, even though it's ranked number 4. It's very, very good. But you see that different nations have achieved different levels of success in different dimensions. And so what a ranking like this actually does give us is indications of what kind of best practices or good practices exist in different nations. And that can actually help us to understand how we create this inclusive technology recovery or technology-enabled global recovery that we're seeking in the world today. Next slide, please. Now, we have a number of rich data points, not just 2021, but 20 years. And so obviously you can conduct a variety of analysis. I will not really go through the whole analysis with you. I will focus much more on giving you the key messages. But here you see, for example, one simple analysis looking at the top rankings of nations by income groups. So you see, for example, in the lower middle income group, India is ranked number 67. And of course, India is doing very well on some aspects. Mobile penetration has gone up very high. The Aadhaar platform, the JAM system is working actually quite well in many areas. The India Stack UPI success stories. But those are, I think, initial success stories that is helping the country move forward. Because what has happened in India is that the whole digitalization sort of move started, I would say, a few years later than, for example, in China. And this gap of a few years, in fact, is the reason why India is lagging behind in some aspects, but the overall dimensions actually are progressing quite nicely. And India is the fastest rising nation this year in the rankings, rose up by almost 20 positions in the ranking. The next slide, please. This is another view of the world in this NRI rankings, the top rankings by region. In Africa, of course, you have South Africa, Mauritius, Kenya at the top rank. But in Africa, if you actually look at the details of African success stories, what is interesting is that you're seeing these shoots of green success stories, green shoots appearing across the continent, where some countries like Rwanda, for example, even though they're ranked overall quite low, they are in fact deploying technology much more effectively and moving up faster in relative terms on the technology and the economic development curve inside their own continental context in Africa. The next slide, please. My last slide on the performance, and I'll move to the messages. So here you see, for example, on the vertical axis, you have the NRI score, so the rankings on network readiness. On the horizontal axis, you have the GDP per capita, the wealth level in PPP terms. And what you see, again, what I mentioned at the start, you see a fairly strong correlation between, let's say, the NRI score and wealth level. But you see that there are some countries who are overachieving relative to the regression curve, the line. Some countries are above that line, and some countries are below that line. Now, you will see that the big green circle out there is actually India. The big blue circle out there is China. And the other smaller, bigger light blue circle is USA. The green circle is India, is above the line. And what you see out here is that India is overachieving compared to its income level group. So compared to other nations that are performing at the same income level, India actually is doing much better than others. But of course, India has still a long way to go if it wants to increase its network readiness to the levels of USA or of China. Let's next slide, please. So what I'm going to do is focus the next few minutes on the key messages and takeaways. So we've done the study this year, released the results yesterday, done the study for 20 years. So what are some of the key messages from this year's study that sort of captures a lot of these elements? The first message is very simple. We all know that digital transformation is a priority, but the pandemic has turned that into a global imperative. The digital acceleration that has happened in the pandemic, basically today, and the need for a V-shaped recovery, a more inclusive recovery, implies that we have to have a global imperative on leveraging digital technologies. Next slide, please. The second message is really that, interestingly and unfortunately, the digital transformation has highlighted some existing divides and created new divides. And these divides are across nations, across sort of geography, across gender, across age, across rich versus poor, across urban versus rural. If you think of example, gender, historically, we knew that even before the pandemic, there was a gender divide. Women typically and girls typically had lower access to technology as compared to men and boys. And now what the pandemic has done has actually created the divide and made it more explicit even more. More women have left the work. More women and young girls have not been able to study because of lack of access to technology. And so what we see is that, unfortunately, digital transformation has also created new divides and highlighted existing ones as a result of the pandemic. So this should be motivation for us to try to do something about it. Next slide, please. Technology can help equalize a global recovery, and this is a point I made earlier, that essentially in areas like health and green infrastructure and other aspects of education, we need to have technology. Otherwise, you cannot. We'll never have enough teachers, never have enough nurses and doctors. So technology will have to be an aid in helping drive a more V-shaped recovery. So I really believe that technology, and this is the result coming out of the survey also, that if you want a more equal global recovery, technology will have to play a very key role in that process. Next slide, please. So what we also see, and this is a result that we find from 20 years of work, is that the countries that do better in network readiness or in using technology have a balanced, holistic approach towards technology. It's not a question that they are just investing more in connectivity or just in lowering the price of access. Yes, those are very important. The technology pillar, the access and the content dimensions are very, very important. But at the same time, what you do need is a holistic approach. You need a holistic approach that looks at all the 12 sub-pillars of the 4 pillars that we have in the model to be able to create that kind of a harmonious, I would say, integration technology and people. And these kinds of issues are becoming even more important as AI is entering the domain. I mean, how do you in fact handle situations where AI can potentially remove so many jobs? How do you actually enable AI to support human beings in what they're doing? empower human beings, make them more capable, make them better. So I think this notion of how technology and people come together is very important. And for that, we need to have a holistic approach that looks at elements like trust, inclusiveness, regulation, socioeconomic, societal impact, and other issues, and not just only pure technology metrics. And this is the danger that we often have. We look at pure technology metrics and we think that, okay, we have reached the pinnacle of success story technology, because technology alone does not lead to the right impact necessarily. The next slide, please. What we find also is that technology today has become quite accessible to all countries. So what we mean by a fair game is that a country with determined leadership can actually make big improvements in technology. You see that a success story is India, for example. India is a low-income country, but India has made tremendous progress, a determined move on technology in the last few years. Look at Rwanda and Africa, again, another poor country, but has again used technology in a very determined manner with good leadership to help move the country up. So I do believe, and the results show this, that even less wealthy economies can, in fact, use technology more effectively just because technology has become more easeable, more easy to use, and more accessible. Think of, for example, cloud services. Today, cloud services of pretty advanced nature is available to any small startup in India or in Africa. And that is something which a company, let's say a small company, especially in India, could not afford 20 years ago or 30 years ago. For accessing advanced technology services, you typically need to have a big company with enough resources. So I think this is a very important element of how the fact that with proper leadership, any company, any country can actually access technology and improve its own performance. The next slide, please. What we are finding, as I mentioned earlier, that even though there is a concentration of the rich nations at the top of the economy, there are some countries that are actually moving up. And the list out here is there. China, Ukraine, Vietnam, India, Rwanda are few of the economies that are actually moving up and closing the performance gap. So this is a good example of how the digital champions at different income levels. So you have champions at different income levels. They are in fact making a determined push towards investing more in technology and moving up and closing the gap with other leaders in the space. And the last slide, please, the last message. I think this is a very important message, is that ultimately you have to ask the question, why invest in technology? And of course, people always have made the argument that investing in technology is good for economic development, good for improving productivity. And I think we have used technology mainly as a tool for improving productivity. But today, after 20 years or more of experience with looking at technology use in societies, we all know that technology is much more than just a tool for economic productivity. Technology is a very essential tool for helping create entrepreneurs in society. Entrepreneurship, for example, is very important for helping young people, give hope and give them hope and to create new things. Technology is very useful if you want to provide education to the masses in India. India has large numbers of people who are not necessarily, have the right access to education or to health. So if you want to provide basic health education to them, technology will be a key aspect to it. So what I'm just trying to say is that just technology alone is not enough. We have to use it to create value for societies, give young people hope, give education, give health, give other kinds of infrastructure services, help small businesses, and so on. And so you need to be able to look at this whole thing as a holistic manner to be able to achieve success in technology. The last slide, please. So I just want to thank you for your attention. You have two URLs at the bottom out there. Please to look at the URLs, networkreadiness.org. That's where you can download all the information about this report I talked about. Portulans Institute is my think tank in Washington, D.C. that I had co-founded. And we essentially do a lot of research around technology, innovation, and talent. I think these three areas, technology, innovation, talent, are very much linked together. And we do a lot of research on that. So you're welcome to come and look at the work we do. If you want to connect with me personally, please do connect with me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the source that I use the most in terms of social media. and I encourage you to come and connect with me on LinkedIn. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you. And I hand the floor back to the organizers.
Thank you, Professor Datta, for joining us, and it has been a sheer delight listening to you. Thank you so much for taking time out for us and joining us at INFOCOM. We will be starting the spotlight session for today, the evening session, which is on healthcare. But before that, we'll just like to play the video of West Bengal government. They are the host state, so that, everyone can take a 5-minute break and also, just join back for the spotlight session. So can I request my team to please play the video, please?
বাংলার মাটি, বাংলার জল, বাংলার বায়ু, বাংলার ফল, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, পূর্ণ হোক, হে ভগবান।
Bengal, the bountiful state of India, having a heritage dating back to several centuries, has now evolved into the emerging IT destination to the rest of the world. A perfect blend of economic strength and dynamism, a large talent pool, industry-friendly stable policies, a strong consumer base and transparent governance has facilitated the growth of the promising IT sector in the state, creating a significant place for itself on the global map. Bengal now also ranks among the topmost states in the ease of doing business rankings by achieving near 100% compliance. By introducing Shilpo Sathi Bill, a single window management system, Bengal has created a landmark, thus ensuring time-bound clearances with unmatched efficiency. 5 projects of the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, have bagged SKOCH Order of Merit Awards at the 52nd SKOCH Summit held in New Delhi from 21st to 23rd June 2018. According to United News of India, Bengal's e-governance system got another feather in its cap when the Computer Society of India, CSI, awarded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee with its E-Ratna Award and the state government with its Best State in E-Governance Award. To ensure fair and equal submission and procurement of tenders, Bengal now has adopted 100% e-procurement system. Ace IT companies such as Ericsson, Capgemini, TCS, IBM, Tech Mahindra, Accenture, Cognizant, British Telecom, ITC Infotech are all functioning profitably from Bengal, facilitating an IT boom in the state. The global IT giant Infosys is opening a 525,000 square feet software development center in Bengal, investing over INR 100 crores. Wipro is all set to expand further with the intention to open its second campus in Bengal. Envisioning the immense opportunity, Reliance Jio has already invested rupees 15,000 crore in Bengal. Prestigious IT campuses, Genpact Campus and STPI Campus have been set up in Sector 5. Esteemed technical institutions like IIM, IIT, ISI are among some significant sources of unparalleled and uninterrupted flow of talent pool in Bengal, making it the most sought-after state for education. Growing into a gateway of IT powerhouse in South Asia, Bengal proudly possesses 15 avant-garde IT parks and a number of additional electronic parks spread across the state. To further encourage the young, dynamic minds, since 2017, Bengal conducts Bengalathon, a one-of-its-kind national-level hackathon. With the inspiration of our Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is ushering into the biggest disruptive technology, the blockchain. To leverage the technology and make Bengal the forerunner in emerging into a blockchain technology hub, the Global Blockchain Congress, Consensus 2018, was hosted by Bengal. And the list doesn't end here. Bengal takes its pride in spearheading Webel DQE Animation Academy, Green City Mission, FinTech Hub. The Honorable CM has unveiled a new IT policy to make Bengal the leading conqueror of the IT realm. The new policy focuses upon 3D printing, Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and many more. In the words of Shri Mukesh Ambani, under the leadership of Honorable CM Srimati Mamata Banerjee, Bengal is becoming Best Bengal. Srimati Banerjee also recently inaugurated a path-breaking project, the Bengal Silicon Valley Hub. It is a state-of-the-art 200 acres IT hub harboring world-class amenities, aiming to act as a center of excellence for the global IT industry. Given all the benefits that Bengal has to offer, several renowned investors have made their move on investing in the state. The pioneer of the cosmopolitan culture in the country, Bengal is now also the ultimate IT destination for the rest of the world. All roads to the future of IT leads to Bengal. Bengal, the state all set to rise. Bengal means business.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Healthcare Spotlight session, the highlight of the day and much awaited session, which is on sustainable healthcare in a post-pandemic world. This will be an interactive session. Let me introduce you to the Spotlight speakers. Our first Spotlight speaker will be Ms. Meena Ganesh. She is the co-founder, MD and chairperson of Portia Medical, India's largest and fastest growing home healthcare company, which she co-founded in July 2013. The company has 4,500 plus employees and operations across 16 cities in India and brings in home to patients the full range of geriatric, chronic, post-operative care as well as allied healthcare services. Ms. Ganesh also serves on the board of Pfizer India, P&G Health and Hygiene Limited and Axis Bank. She has been part of the board of governors of IIM Calcutta also. She won the ET Startup Award in the Women Ahead category in 2016 and was chosen as Health Entrepreneur of the Year in 2016 at the India Health Summit and Awards. Ms. Ganesh has been part of Fortune India's 50 Most Powerful Women in Business for 6 consecutive years from 2015 to 2020. She was recently awarded the Kempegowda Award by BBMP for contribution to the city of Bengaluru. Ms. Ganesh has been a promoter and board member of Future Vista. She has also been the CEO and MD of Pearson Education Services and a co-promoter of nearly a dozen new age internet technology-enabled startups. A few of them that are leaders in the category, including BigBasket.com, India's premier e-grocery retailer, home solutions company HomeLane, food tech company Fresh Menu, and Bluestone.com, India's leading online jeweler. We warmly welcome you, madam, for joining us today. And our next spotlight speaker will be Dr. Ramanan Lakshminarayan. He is the founder of HealthCube, a primary healthcare company which works to improve access to healthcare through smart diagnostics. He is also a senior research scholar and lecturer at Princeton Environmental Institute and director of the Center for Disease Dynamics, Economics and Policy in Washington, D.C. Dr. Ramanan Lakshminarayan has also served on the President Obama's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology's Antimicrobial Resistance Working Group and is a voting member of the U.S. Presidential Advisory Council on Combating Antimicrobial Resistance. He is series editor of the 3rd edition of Disease Control Priorities for Developing Countries. Currently, he is serving as COVID-19 advisor to the governments of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. We warmly welcome you, sir, for joining us today. And the session will be hosted by our esteemed chairperson and moderator, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, who is the Senior Vice Chairman and Chief Cardiac Surgeon, Medica Hospitals, and also the Chairman of Kolkata Heart Foundation. Dr. Kunal Sarkar is one of the leading cardiac surgeons of India and past president of Indian Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons. He is a leading exponent of the coronary bypass surgery and complex adult cardiac operations. Previously, he was vice president and chief cardiac surgeon of Narayana Hrudayalaya Group of Hospitals and Rabindranath Tagore International Institute of Cardiac Sciences, Kolkata, India. He also, along with Dr. Devi Shetty, nurtured a startup into one of India's largest cardiac programs. Dr. Kunal Sarkar has been trained and has worked in cardiac surgery in London, Liverpool, and Hull for more than 10 years. He is a national scholar and a recipient of 11 medals in surgery, including the gold medal. He has been one of the most prominent spokesperson in the Bengali media during the pandemic. He has recently published his much acclaimed The Sickness of Health book, which narrates the journey of Indian healthcare. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, and a warm welcome to us spotlight speakers. And I now hand over the session to you, Dr. Sarkar, to take it forward, the spotlight session on sustainable healthcare in a post-pandemic world. Over to you, sir.
Raki, thank you very much. I hope we're audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Raki, thanks again. And thanks to INFOCOM, because this is a session, I think, which is going to be very special, and definitely in more ways than one, because this is the first session where a stupid surgeon in pajamas is being confronted by two very indomitable personalities who's been leading a sort of from the front lines their respective fields. So please pardon my attire, because that is all we can afford in the post-pandemic era as of late. Welcome to this session, and I think before we get lost in the perspectives, the definitions, the ingredients of today's discussion, I think we will start with Ms. Ganesh, who gives us, in her own way, that what constitutes her domain area of work at this point of time. And I think, that's a head start. So that's how the audience gets to relate with you, that how are you involved in the domain of healthcare at the present moment. Ms. Ganesh. So in a few minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarkar. It's a pleasure to be here with you, with such a erudite and well-known person leading this this session. It's indeed my honor to be here, part of the session. So you asked me to talk about what we do at Portia in a few minutes. I'll give you a quick summary. Portia Medical was set up in 2013, and over the last 8 years, we've built ourselves to be a player in the outside of hospital healthcare, complementing whatever work that gets done by the hospitals in providing care for patients who need level 2, level 3, very, very high level of care, which hospitals are capable of providing. Our role is to complement that by helping patients with either their primary care requirements, long-term chronic disease management, working with senior citizens whose health needs to be managed over multiple years with varying degree of intensities, different kinds of issues that they come up with. So we work as their health managers and support them through their maybe the sunset years, maybe really now it's probably the better years of your life, the last 40 years or so after 60 is what we're looking at. And our whole idea is to make sure that those years are good, solid, productive years, or if, at least if they are not productive, they are not years which are very unfortunate for people. The fourth area of focus for us is working alongside hospitals to help with the continuum of care. So post-hospital discharges, helping people recover at home, or in some cases, even providing complex solutions at home, such as ICU care for patients who are hemodynamically stable but need an environment of care which is of that complexity, providing them with that, helping people with care for cancer, which is things which don't have to be done in the hospital, could potentially be supported at home. So we work with a lot of patients who have cancer, pulmonology issues, people with neuro issues. There are plenty of them that we work with. So that's the broad kind of work that we do. We are present across 32 cities and support patients across all these different areas with the help of about 4,000 plus employees. We are not a marketplace. We actually are a healthcare company and worry and manage the health outcomes of people with the help of our medical teams and with a lot of technology support. That's a quick summary of what we do at Portia.
I think that's a very useful synopsis, and we have listened to you as much as in awe as in admiration, because we being essentially very myopic in the hospital sector, we think that a hospital discharge signals the end of healthcare, but I'm very sure it doesn't. Professor Lakshmi Narayan, we've listened to you periodically in great attention during all your deliberations during COVID, especially the ones you did in and around the first wave period. But now I think you are with us in your wearing the hat of improving access to healthcare. And if you would share with us that what is your domain focus and how are you getting about it?
Thanks, Dr. Sarkar, and it's a real pleasure to be here. It's an honor, and also to be here with Meena, Ganesh, and thanks for sharing the great work that Portia has done. Amazing stuff. So, as you mentioned, my background is really I'm a researcher, and that's my primary identity, so to speak. And a lot of the work that we do is around infectious diseases, drug resistance, and more recently around COVID. We run the largest COVID study, the contact tracing study in the world. That's been there are multiple publications coming out of that, which describes COVID epidemiology in India. Now, a few years ago, we started HealthCube, which really was a health tech startup to help ensure that healthcare and diagnosis is within easy, convenient access of billions of people, both in rich and poor countries. The same problem of rapid diagnosis is a problem, it's a problem in rural India, but it's a problem in many wealthier parts of the world as well, simply because diagnosis, that journey is an expensive proposition. And our hypothesis was that if you could build multi-parametric diagnostic devices that were agnostic to the symptom or condition that the patient was coming in with, but could help determine or help at least set them on a pathway to diagnosis, then that could vastly improve healthcare, save costs, and get them to treatment much faster. So we started with a couple of flagship products, HealthCube XL, which is the size of a small dictionary. It can carry out over 32 diagnostic tests. It can do an ECG, blood pressure, pulse oximetry, hemoglobin, cholesterol, uric acid, blood glucose, urine analysis, tests for malaria, dengue, HIV, chikungunya, a whole bunch of tests for infectious diseases, and also deliver these results within minutes to enable rapid diagnosis. So you can see that something like this would be very useful, particularly in the front lines of health where there is no brick and mortar lab available. But devices like this we projected would over time replace a lot of functions of labs simply because it was much more efficient to perform tests near the patient rather than trying to transport samples from patients to centralized processing facilities, even if the processing facility was cheaper, simply because of the logistics involved and having to maintain a cold chain there. So what we've built on top of this are diagnostic algorithms, applications for patient registration, medical records, referrals, and enabling patients to get their test results and having them stored in a safe and data secure sort of a format. So far HealthCube is deployed across India. We have more than 1 million patients already tested using this technology, but we're also regulatory approved in Europe in about 30 countries around the world, and we're sold in many of them. So HealthCube has been an exciting journey, particularly for a dumb academic like me who doesn't really work in the real world. We publish papers, but this has been an exciting journey to see how we can rethink primary care particularly, and rethink how to get to diagnosis faster. And in the process, what we've done is build something that can be used for remote patient monitoring, a whole bunch of other sort of use cases around the same sort of an idea. So excited to be here, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, thanks. That was great, Dr. Lakshman, wonderful. If I may start with you again, just to ask you a quick supplementary question, because as you know, the retention powers of our brain are fast falling. So we'll just retain for a few minutes what you've told us right now. And very interesting. One thing is what are your parameters of outcome measurement? That you are improving access to healthcare through decentralization by getting a very clever tool which makes nearer to patients diagnostics possible. That all sounds very interesting. But when you said you had more than 1 million patients tested, processed, did you in your evaluation so far get an idea that this is actually influencing outcome?
So that's a great question. What we were able to see was that patients were getting identified much earlier than they would have for anything from hypertension, diabetes to, and I'll give you some concrete examples as well. There have been cases where we've identified women with anemia during pregnancy much earlier, and where the local PHC would tell us if we had not had this test available, close to the, where the woman was, then, they were at risk for hemorrhage at the time of delivering. And so there are multiple anecdotal examples of how this enabled much faster identification of problems. Now, at a system level, what we're able to do with this kind of data is identify pockets of high concentrations of diabetes, high concentrations of hypertension. We could tell you, how many patients have malaria in the last month based on the number of malaria tests that are actually performed and where these are actually concentrated. So it does have value from a public health perspective, because if you really think about it today, every malaria test that's done out there, it doesn't come back to a central place that we're able to identify what's happening in a place. A system like this is also useful for early detection of pandemics or epidemics, because if you see a cluster of abnormal respiratory disorders or pneumonias in a particular place, then that enables you to pick that up and say there's something that's actually going on here. Now, we have not yet leveraged that kind of public health information for improved access, but we've done this at the level of patients yet, and what we aspire to this level, which is where we need to get to next.
Great, absolutely great. I think your network was perhaps slowing down a little bit. Your network is not keeping up pace with you.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you're back. You're back.
I'll try to put myself.
Ms. Ganesh, right? Very, very, very challenging area of work. When you send your workforce out to attend to people in out-of-hospital care, as you said, in all kind of chronic situations, maybe post-operative, maybe chronic medical conditions. I think it must be quite a tough task, monitoring quality and monitoring, getting the feedback. The people who are out there looking after the people in the community, who do they come back, number one, to give a feedback to? That what is the rate of progress? And secondly is, all this sort of polymorphic group of carers, healthcare workers who are going out in the community. How do you monitor? We have a tough time in the hospitals anyway. Looking after a staff strength of 1,000. It gives us nightmares to think about looking after a staff strength of 4,500. So how do you monitor those activities? Because it's a very human-to-human interaction, is it not?
Absolutely, very, very valid question. This is not it's not an easy delivery of a goods to some people at home. So this is actual service delivery and it's a healthcare service. So there is a lot more at stake, and that is something which we do recognize. So from day one, we have invested very strongly on two fronts: our clinical expertise and our technology platform. The purpose of the clinical expertise is to ensure that all the people who provide services to our patients are recruited, trained, and monitored as per a certain set of parameters, which we have laid down, looking at global standards for home health care, looking at what hospitals do, looking what happens outside the country, bringing it all together to create our own very clearly laid out protocols of how our staff has to work at homes under various kind of conditions. The second piece which falls into, which is very important, is the technology platform, which allows us to, allows our employees to know what they have to do, where they have to do, what data they have to capture. And on the other hand, allows us to monitor the patient to know what their condition is, collect data from the bedside if that's what is required to do a long-term monitoring of the patient. As well as it gives an opportunity to interact with our patients. The patients have some feedback that they want to share. They can use our technology platform. Of course, you can always call somebody to be at the older formats are also there, but additionally they have this system. So using these three different pieces to to triangulate the quality of work from a technology perspective. So when technology and clinical expertise, as we put them together, it allows us to manage the scale that you're talking about. The other piece which is very important is the whole way we have structured our organization. While yes, there are 4,500 people, they're not all sitting in one big building. They are in different cities, and each city has its own full-fledged management structure, which with including clinical as well as non-clinical operating staff and quality managers who have to ensure that the delivery of services at their patient end in their city is carried out with a great deal of expertise, and that when supported with the central medical and central technical team's intervention, gives us a much better control over the work that we do. And of course, we constantly reach out to our patients directly. It's not just leading to them to call us and tell us if they have a problem, but we reach out to them at regular intervals, both through technology, through telephone, and by physical visits to ensure that they are satisfied with whatever is going on, and the medical outcome is also as we expected.
I think that is very insightful, Ms. Ganesh. If I may give you your next sort of food for thought question, that in its very nature, I'm not sure. I really, we are all. I'm getting old, but haven't availed of your services yet. But I think is round the corner. The question is that, by definition, is a service like yours, does it run the risk of being called essentially elitist? Does it, by definition, exclude a significant portion of our people who are struggling to access healthcare? Does it not kind of run the risk of not looking at them? That's a part of the question. And the next part is that in this day and age, when you have this deluge of different low-paying popular healthcare schemes, some successful, some struggling throughout the country, do you envisage a certain position that this kind of community healthcare will be taken over by government programs at some stage?
So you're absolutely right that as long as healthcare is being paid for out of pocket, it always pinches. Whether you're talking about somebody coming to medical hospitals for their treatment, or instead of going to a government hospital, or taking a outside of hospital service from a company like Portia Medical, and doing without it, maybe just allowing things to fester, or allowing things to, or just managing on their own to the best of their ability. So this is something which is a reality in this country. But as we improve the insurance coverage, and a lot of the insurance companies are now looking at providing outside of hospital care also as a part of their policies, not just hospital-based care, because all this while insurance, whether you look at private or public or even government insurance, has all been focused on care at facility. But the fact of the matter is that the patient needs care at the right appropriate place, and on all of the care is not necessarily the appropriate place for care is not always a hospital. And I'm sure you would agree with that the patient's outcome depends as much on the recovery that happens post hospital treatment as it is on the care of an excellent surgeon such as you. Post that also they need to be cared for, and if they're not cared for, the outcome may not be as good as you would like it to be. Now the problem is that the insurance covers one part and disregards the other part. Now, as our conversations with the insurance are progressing, they are willing to take into account the fact that it's a complete continuum of care. There have to be some days of hospitalization, some days of home care. All of this needs to be covered. So that is one aspect that we are seeing, which is transforming. Interestingly, COVID has actually brought this more to focus, and a lot of work was done at home during COVID, both wave 1 and wave 2. Wave 1, it was more about monitoring patients. Wave 2, it was providing oxygen therapy and other critical services at home, so because people just could not get to a hospital. Insurance companies have realized that the claim factors in a hospital-based care was very heavy for them in comparison with the home care. So they are interested in seeing, is there a balance that we can achieve between hospital care and home care? So that's one aspect. The other aspect that you're talking about, which is extremely important, that this country is not a country for elders. It is not, people don't care to provide any kind of support. The elders after a certain age do not get even in private insurance, leave alone being covered by government insurance for long-term care. They may get, if they're hospitalized, they may get a coverage, but long-term care, which is also a huge problem which the country faces, that there needs to be some coverage. And from my conversations with the various health authorities, I see there is a realization that we need to do something to support the elders of this country to live a decent life towards their sunset years, which is currently not available at all. So some of those programs are also coming into place and will probably help in offering this kind of a broader care at home, care at community, digital care, in addition to hospital care at a price which is affordable.
Great work, and I think what you said contains very important and very fundamental ideas in there. I think your points will be very well taken. Professor Lakshmi Narayan, the great work that HealthCube is doing with decentralized diagnosis, etc. So what is in your experience? Because you see a lot of, not just a lot, but I think almost all of primary health, apart from that remains in the domain of whom we call quacks, and the other that remains in the domain of the mom and pop nursing homes out in the outbacks of India. So apart from that, almost most of the structured primary health lies in the government domain at this point of time. So your efforts to introduce new technology, to bring rapid diagnosis nearer to the people, what kind of resonance and what kind of synthesis can it create, or has it created with the government's idea? Going back to the Boer Committee of 1943, that still remains the template for our primary healthcare system. So we are not really as modern as we pretend we are. So we are still stuck to 1943 for a healthcare skeleton. So how do you think you are synergizing new technology with a system which is perhaps not the fastest to change?
Dr. Sarkar, thanks for that question, especially on the Board Committee. I wasn't expecting that, but it's great that you brought it up because, obviously very few people pay attention to what was said back then and the fact that we have made such little progress on public health and primary health since that landmark report, so many years ago. Let me start first with the economics of it. Even for a country as densely populated as India, there are large parts of the country that are simply not densely populated enough to sustain a physician. They're not densely populated enough then to sustain a lab. And, a typical lab will require at least, 10 physicians in the area who then offer paying customers to that lab. And every physician at least needs, 2,000 or 3,000 people who are potentially paying customers so that when they do fall ill, they can go to that doctor and keep them, going in that particular location. Because the vast majority geographically of our country does not fall into that category, we have difficulty in sustaining primary care across vast swaths of this country. And telehealth is a challenger. It's a dream, but it's a challenge because we don't even have the bandwidth or the connectivity in those places to be able to sustain primary care. So if someone has, a chest pain, they are in some location which is not even that remote, if they were not able to have access to a simple test, or if they had access to any sort of testing, ECG would be sort of ideal if it could be read from far away, but even a troponin I, for instance, then the situation would change considerably. And the problem with diagnosis is that people don't know whether it's serious enough that they should go to the city, in which case if it's a false alarm, it costs them a lot of money. And if they chose not to go to the city and then something happened to them, then they obviously lose their lives, or, they have a stroke and it's basically irreversible. So we have this problem of basic economics of primary care. And primary care is sustained across our country only when there are, people have kickbacks from labs or from pharmacists, and that's how their entire system is sustained. That is simply not acceptable. People should have access to primary care, because unless we have that first step, everything else is secondary. And then, that's why we have high rates of people showing up with cancer diagnosis in stage 4. Lots of people who essentially find out that they have been, they have dyslipidemia, very late, rather than when they really should find out, because most people have not had even a blood pressure test, forget about a lipid profile or find out they're diabetic. So we know this very well, which is why 80% of our diabetics don't know that they're diabetic. So all of this brings me to the point that you're right. It has to be a system which can be sustained in remote locations. And that's why we came up with HealthCube, because we said it has to be a system that can provide that diagnosis from afar. Now, governments, we've deployed our systems in remote areas. We started first in 3 districts of Jammu that are on the border with Pakistan. We've deployed in Arunachal Pradesh, in Chhatra district in Jharkhand. We're in very remote districts in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And in fact, the Ministry of Home Affairs had written up on HealthCube in a report on what they called, game-changing technologies that were changing things in aspirational districts. So we have these aspirational districts in the country, essentially another way of saying they are severely disadvantaged districts. And HealthCube was featured right on the top of that report, simply because there is very little innovation or deployment of health tech in those places. Now, so yes, governments are very happy to have it in those locations. And in fact, our earliest government customers have all been in these kinds of remote locations, not necessarily in cities at all. And that makes sense, because, in Delhi, you can send someone to a lab. Why do you need something, sitting right next to the doctor? Although even in Delhi, we have our systems deployed in some of the mohalla clinics, and it has been remarkably successful there. But all of it comes back to the core economics question, which applies whether in a government or in a private sector, which is, how do we as a country expand access to primary care in a way that makes sense for a physician or some other provider to sit somewhere? Other countries have solved the problem perhaps by saying, let's not have physicians. China has said, let's have barefoot doctors, basically saying, let's use people who are not trained at the level of an MBBS, but someone who can go out there and do that job. We have piloted an idea in Kenya with the support of the Gates Foundation. What we basically did was we had a very simple telehealth system, one doctor sitting in Nairobi and 10 nurses sitting in remote locations, where through text messaging, they could tell them what tests needed to be performed and what the follow-up care should be. So we might not be able to do telehealth and the full avatar of having a screen and back and forth chat and all of that. But through text messaging, we could have a simpler version of telehealth, which can still serve the same purpose. But all of this works only if the diagnostics and the diagnostics need to be decentralized, even if the diagnosis is centralized. And today we do the opposite. We have diagnostics be centralized and diagnosis is decentralized in the hands of people who have no idea what they're really doing. We need to flip that equation.
Absolutely. Great thought. Ms. Ganesh, thanks for talking about Portia, the scale of work you've done, the sheer idea, the novelty, the execution of the project. How did the pandemic disrupt it, and how did you adapt to it? We are all familiar with the stories of the hospitals and how they did and how they coped with it. But perhaps we are not familiar with your line of work. That, how did you, what has been both qualitatively and quantitatively, how did you adapt to these very strange and bizarre 20 months? I don't know how long to go. Yeah.
A very, very important question, and there is always a lot of learning from these kind of very hard and sudden changes that come about. So obviously, going back to the first wave, then a sudden lockdown really has a huge impact on the businesses which require people to move. It's okay, technology companies can quickly readjust and say, okay, send everybody home, work from home. Healthcare can do that, as neither hospitals nor healthcare at home can do any of these things. Unfortunately, it took a while before things got sorted out, and we were allowed to send our people home. to provide the healthcare services that they were doing. So it took about a month or two for us to recalibrate and figure out how to continue the services that people needed. But pretty much, barring a few things such as maybe providing a physiotherapy service at home to a patient who's got back pain, they can do without it, they felt, for a few months. Whereas anything which was more critical, whether it is taking care of a senior citizen or somebody who's really sick, needed nursing care or a critical care at home, all of that continued to be not as usual. What changed though is that when the telemedicine guidelines were approved and the state government started to realize that they cannot manage such a large population of COVID positive patients by admitting them into COVID care centers or hospitals or other facilities. As we worked with one of the state governments and gave them the whole plan of how we could work, that was the start of a remote monitoring process that we put in place. So over the last year, we would have supported nearly 4 lakh patients who were home isolated. We monitored them over their entire period of isolation, checked for their condition, spoke to them, healthcare workers spoke to them. We provided doctor teleconsultations for them if they needed that. We sent people home to support them if they needed additional support at home, or transferred them to a hospital in case things became worse. So we found that hardly 2.5% of this 4 lakh population needed hospitalization. So majority of them we could manage, stabilize at home, and release them from isolation, release them from care after the period of time that they were being monitored. So that actually brought to center stage the whole concept of remote monitoring of patients, not just for COVID, but for other situations as well. And in fact, post that, we've been working with some insurance companies who are very keen to see how we can provide this support not just for patients with COVID, but anybody who has fever, anybody who has got certain set of conditions which we could triage from a distance, provide, do diagnostics at on situ using either technology like what Ramnan has, or actually do blood-based work, or etc. Using that and then remotely manage and at the right time moving them into a hospital care for those that needed hospital care. So that is from being something which got started as COVID as a COVID response, it has now become a mainstream offering for us. Now, when you move forward to wave 2, it was a very different situation altogether. Obviously, I mean, I don't have to say anything to the two of you here. It was chaos, and it was I don't know what else to describe it as. So our role then changed a bit. It was not about monitoring people, etc., but actually quickly jumping into the frying pan with our oxygen support, with nursing support at home, with critical care support at home, so that a large number of patients who were probably moderate and perhaps should have, in a different condition where there was hospital beds available, they may have shifted to a hospital, had to be stabilized and managed at home. So we did a lot of oxygen therapy at home. We managed a huge bank of 8,000 oxygen concentrators, supported a number of corporates by creating helplines, at-home support, oxygen management, creating hotel-based isolation centers for them. So a whole number of different services got created. Now, some of them are very COVID-specific, are not relevant anymore, but coming out of them, there were some things which continue to remain. For instance, a lot of corporates still want to have a helpline available for their staff because they don't know what's going to come again. So there is a lot of worry in them. So they want to see how to support them. But COVID support aside, the other thing that was very interesting, which transformed, was the kind of services that we were asked to do at home for non-COVID patients. The level of complexity of that has gone up. A lot of hospitals, insurance companies, doctors, pharma companies have come in and asked us to take on patients with a greater deal of complexity at home. And hospitals are now coming up and saying that we do want to work much more with people such as you, not just to provide a nurse to our patient, but actually take care of a condition. A patient with cancer, after the chemotherapy, between the two rounds, they need all these services. Can you do a full-fledged solution for that? So those are some of the changes that we've seen.
Very true, very true. Professor Lakshmi Narayan, wearing the hat of somebody who's introducing innovation in primary healthcare. Some of the meetings that I dread is the meeting with the finance people, where some of the terms we as clinicians are perennially allergic to, like returns of investment, who's footing the bill, and there are certain more cathartic terminology like EBITDA, etc., etc. So that for a simple clinician with many holes in the brain like myself scares the daylights out of me. So when you walk the path in primary healthcare with new interesting technology in India, in a situation where allegedly still 60% of healthcare financing happens through out-of-pocket, through private sector, where insurance is still undecided, where the government is forever in a state of either confabulation or confusion, right? So how have you so far addressed the resource question? Because you repeatedly, when you wear your hat as an economist, because we come back to the question, because being a part of the private sector for many a year now, naturally, for given reasons, the private sector always tries to keep a safe distance from primary healthcare for obvious reasons. So how do you marry that apparent contradiction in our ever-confused healthcare delivery mechanism?
Dr. Sarkar, that's a great question because the economics lies at the heart of every sort of startup in a sense, and that's where you've got to make things happen. As I'd mentioned before, the economics for primary care are pretty weak, especially, and not just in India, they're weak in countries where people are not able to pay and where the government doesn't have a strong role in the primary care system. So this is a recurring problem, not just in India, in everywhere in the world. That's why cost of primary care is so expensive in Singapore, for instance, or in the US, where it's inconvenient to get. You'll have to, if I had to see a primary care physician, my doctor, you'd have to wait, unless it's an emergency, you'll have to wait for 2 weeks. And that's just very standard, that, maybe 2 weeks at the very earliest. So, and at the heart of it, I think the only way in which we have a long-term solution here is through technology. I wouldn't claim that we have cracked this or that we have, all of the answers, but just thinking of it really much more from a sort of an, someone studying health and looking at it from a systems perspective, we really don't have much of an alternative to using technology, because at least in India and certainly many parts of the world, we don't even have the numbers of physicians that we would need to offer primary care. So what we almost need to do is build a kind of bionic arm or bionic, whatever you might think of it, on top of physicians, so that every physician who is in primary care is able to handle 100, 150 patients a day and not just 20 patients a day. We can't afford to do it that way. Otherwise, we'll have to say, listen, we're going to abdicate this part of the system to a set of quacks. The reason why these so-called quacks or rural medical practitioners hold fort in this country is simply because they provide a useful alternative to the absence of, medically trained providers in many of these places. Now let's get to our own economics. Our own economics obviously works well. Any hardware works well when there's utilization. So when you have, 50, 100 people using that device, then it works very well. So that utilization is something we observe in primary health centers. It's something we observe in the context of screening programs. It's something which we, that we can sort of use it in that sort of a mode, and then it works out very well. And so you have to look at places with really high footfall to make the economics work out. Now, not all places are like that. So there are many doctors' offices that are not necessarily high footfall, but then there are different sorts of reasons why people would go in for testing there, because, and this is to give you an example, one of our customers is a doctor who's not he's in a tier 3 town, and his clinic is about 20 kilometers outside this tier 3 town. And this is outside of Salem in Tamil Nadu. And he said to me, 20 years ago, everyone had time. Today, my sweeper doesn't have time because he says I have to work 3 jobs to send my daughter to school. So nobody has time and everyone values their time. So that's what will make the economics of tech like this more favorable, because that sweeper wants his test results done right now and doesn't want to come back the next day to find out what is wrong with him and then, make 2 follow-up visits. They want everything happening right on the spot. And I think that as the country gets wealthier and the cost of time increases, essentially these kinds of multi-parametric systems, all connected and with AI and so forth, offer the advantage of rapid, faster diagnosis. And as more people demand to know what is happening with them right away, they might want to know, their CBC results right now in 10 minutes. They want to know their cholesterol levels, within 15 minutes, all just with a finger prick. And it's not just HealthCube. I think many companies will emerge in this space to get to the point where, just like today, you don't see a photocopying shop, right? You don't see that because your photocopying shop is on your phone these days. You don't see an STD booth. Why? Because that STD booth is on your phone these days. So a lot of things have become obsolete because we have made them immediate to ourselves and with tech at home. I envision a future where everybody will have a product like HealthCube in their house. Why wouldn't you? If it was easy enough to do, and where you call the doctor and the doctor says, you take this particular cartridge and put a finger prick of blood in it, and then the results will come to me directly and I'll find out what's going on. So I think we're in the early stage of that sort of a revolution. And it's still a long way to walk. As you know, the medical sector is very resistant to innovation of the tech type. But this is where we're headed, and hopefully we'll get there. Thank you.
You remind us of the title of Nelson Mandela's biography, A Long Walk to Freedom.
Long Walk to Freedom, exactly.
It's a long walk to freedom. Ms. Ganesh, quickly, I think, we have our friend Rakhi on the screen, who's perhaps in a friendly way trying to tell us that we better wind up. I think, Rakhi, we are, last few minutes, because it's been a very enthralling conversation.
Yes, another 5-7 minutes is fine.
5 minutes is fine, okay. Whatever you do, do not impose financial penalty on doctors. We can't afford it, right? Ms. Ganesh.
As long as you all keep us safe, it's fine.
Now, moving away from your sort of courtier and the wonderful work with you, your broad experience in wearing many hats across healthcare, tech, startups, etc. What kind of feeling do you get in yourself that are we gradually, especially because you've come up with the context of insurance a multiple number of times, do you feel that overall health insurance is kind of sustainable in India at this point of time? Because whereby you have this, there are about 10 states who are going the state way, there are 10 states who are going the PPP way. There is a central government who's not been able to fund their own flagship program properly. So we want to extract on your wealth of experience to see that when we talk about health insurance, do you eventually see it will be all kind of a state? Is it like a de facto nationalization looming in front of us? Or do you see that it's a comfortable existence for health insurance as they are? Because I think a lot of people are chewing onto their nails right now because there is so much of confusion. Our minds, to me, the minds are not made up yet. How do you look at it?
Dr. Sarkar, firstly, I must confess I am no expert on health insurance to offer any pearls of wisdom. But as one another player in the healthcare ecosystem, I can say that I don't see how it can move to a place where there is one common insurance across the entire country run by the government. I see that as a far dream, if at all it happens, and whether it will provide the satisfaction that all of us would have, because if it is, each person has a requirement and has probably a willingness to spend different amounts of money for their healthcare. You try to give a sort of a socialist kind of a solution for all. I don't know whether that will work in this country. Point number one. Point number two, I think we are far from a place where the government has the capability, whether financially or from an operating perspective, to take over all of that and run on its own. It has to be a combination of public and private, not just in the insurance space, but in the healthcare space, as it is in education or anything which is a common good that the country requires. I don't see any option but to have a public and private partnership in making it work. Any other format is very, very difficult and far away for us.
That appears to be common sense, but as we all know, that's such a rare commodity that sometimes you've got to look high and low in trying to locate that. Yes, I think there would be larger consensus of that. So perhaps I think we need to, all good things come to an end. And before we wind up, I just have a synopsis of a question for Professor Lakshminarayan, that in his experience, both in public health and in economics, etc., how would he give us a very synoptic view of what, according to you, constitutes sustainable healthcare?
Well, that's quite an ask, isn't it? Because we're so far away from it that it's even hard to imagine what it is. I think of what I would want for myself or for my mother, who's 83 years old, who, again, is a potential, Portier customer, for instance. I think what we'd look for is a healthcare system that really works for everyone. It's one of these things where, just like with education, we cannot have health be accessible only to some and not to the others. And health, for that reason, has to be inclusive to everyone. And that's the reason for the government role, where people are not really able to pay. And health needs to be accessible, which means it's convenient to access, not 2 weeks and 5 weeks from now, but really when people really need the care. But healthcare also needs to be, mindful of trade-offs that it makes between, not trying to, spend so much money on it so that you cut out everything else, which is an error that the US is making right now, where there's lots of interventions of questionable medical value and questionable economic value, which thrive in that system because it's a based on how much you can pay kind of a system. And so, we always look at the National Health Service in the UK as being some sense of a model of what that kind of a sustainable system looks like. And it's worth bearing in mind that the first 2 pages of the act that established the National Health Service say nothing about improving health. That was not the objective. The objective of the NHS was really to protect people from financial distress at a time of ill health. And that is something we failed to do miserably in our country, which is why 40% of people who go into poverty every year in our country do so because of ill health. And so a sustainable health system is one which prevents that 40% of people from going into poverty. And if we achieve that, we will be so much better off as a country.
That was a fantastic answer. And what's common to us and them is basically every health move. I'm not being cynical, I'm just being historical. Every significant health move is essentially political, and that was true as much for Obamacare as for the NHS, because that happened at a time when India was falling off the royal crown, and Aneurin Bevan, Clement Attlee was struggling like hell to hang on to power. That something had to be done. In the same way we are throwing Ayushman Bharat, or in Bengal we are throwing Swasthya Saathi. The introduction of NHS at that era, at that time, wasn't vastly different. But honestly, I couldn't agree with you more. It has stuck on as a system with its flaws, but I think perhaps it has delivered as well, right? So thank you again. And thanks, Rafi, thanks to INFOCOM, to all our friends. Thanks to Ms. Ganesh, thanks to Professor Lakshminarayan, because in talking to you, a stupid chap like me, first thing he does is he learns a lot. And it's a wealth of experience. We've all learned from this session. And I think there will be some takeaways, both from your very diverse areas of work, but the passion the enthusiasm you share and the insights you've given us has made this last 1 hour worth it. Thank you very much, and thanks to INFOCOM. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, and thank you, INFOCOM, for hosting this session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, esteemed spotlight speakers and Dr. Sarkar. I mean, all of you are experts in your areas. So it has been a wonderful discussion. I think it could just go on. If you could just, keep on, everybody would just keep staying logged on for it. There's so much to talk about in this area, sir. So it's been an honor to have you all in this panel and a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. I think we couldn't end on a higher note. This was the best spotlight session for the day. So thank you so much. And with this, we come to the end of day 3 of INFOCOM 2021. We will resume back tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. sharp. We have an exciting day ahead tomorrow with a mix of technology, then ICT for inclusivity, some interesting sessions on cybersecurity, entrepreneurship, and of course, the future prospects in gaming and also in media and entertainment. So thank you everyone for joining us today and have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Raki.